darling, crazy. The feelings that we're forced to say, yeah, yeah. Must be that love, 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 love. The love that I've been waiting for, darling. Lord mercy. See, even if you're lonely, I'll be, girl. Well, I'll be waiting at your door, darling. 'Cause there is something that I have to say now. If I the one, oh girl, that's such a fair to show to me, baby. I see the times you take your love from me, darling. Crazy how I turn and then I let you stay. Yeah, yeah. What is this thing? 'Cause I don't know no more with you, girl. See, I don't know what love you bring. Yeah, and then you run away. Pop up late, so wanna play. What is this thing? Girl, 'cause I don't know no more with you, girl. See, I don't know what love you bring. Yeah, and then you run away. Pop up late, so wanna play. What is this thing? Oh, girl, to me. What is this thing? Oh, girl, for we. What is this thing? Oh, girl, to me. What is this thing? Oh, girl, for we. What is this thing? Ooh, yes. What is this thing? Give me more. Oh, darling. What is this thing? Now don't you tease me, 'cause when you do you make me cry. And if you tease me, within your love make me die. And it hurt. Boy, you got to tease me all the time. I said it hurt. You got to tease me all the time. And if you tease me, within your love you make me cry. And if you tease me, within this love make me die. And it hurt. Boy, you got to tease me all the time. I said it hurt. You got to tease me all the time. And I said, ooh, yes, bring your love back to me. Oh, girl.
You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Ooh, yeah, yeah. Ooh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Girl, I'm gonna cut the line free to get the loving that you need. To swim away with my heart, yeah. And girl, the ocean's way too deep to get caught by me. To swim away with my heart, yeah. 'Cause it's the first time to lose this battle. Caught up in a fisherman's castle. Love is said the best for last, but the good old times are past. The loving didn't last, and I'm still praying, please. Will she swim back to me? I say, yeah. Ooh, yeah, yeah. Ooh, yeah, yeah. Ooh, yeah, yeah. Ooh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. And look, people, I got the mermaid and snagged her by the tail. She lied for her with the glitter in a scale. Like green eyes, but those lips I'll memorize. Drunk and hypnotized, drifting out in sea. She swam back to me. I say, yeah. swim out of the water. Oh, she's saying that she missed me. I know, cause I've been waiting months now. She's trying to pull me to the waters of love, but I cannot stay in other water like you. But you keep on pulling and I know just what to do. Better trade your fish scales for a parachute if you wanna end up with me and you. But she didn't speak a word to me. She jumped into the waters of the deep blue sea. But when my tune is carried by ocean breeze, I know she can hear me. I said, yeah, yeah.
Stay connected through The Link each morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Met the native for around my room before he came. Excuse a mess I made. He usually doesn't make it. Southern California, much like Arizona. My eyes don't shed tears before they blow. When I think about you, no, no, no. I've been thinking about you, no, no, no. I've been thinking about you. Do you think about me still? Do ya, do ya? You were good enough to kick it. Gotta be just I can tell you when I don't want to do. They got on love you, I just thought you were cute. That's why I guess you gotta fight. I did, I don't get the fly. Girl, I'm thinking about you. No, no, no. I've been thinking about you. No, no, no. I've been thinking about you. They thinking about me still. Do ya, do ya? I remember how could I forget how you feel. And by my first time, and no fear. Never get old, I never saw that it was big given life. His wheel go down this road till it turns on color, no black and white.
McDonald's just made bakery sweets. So every time you pass by a McDonald's, you're also passing by the chance to have a warm cinnamon roll covered in cream cheese icing. And we both know you don't want to let that happen. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. At participating McDonald's. McDonald's now makes bakery sweets, which means now is the right time for a soft, fluffy blueberry muffin. Or now. Or even now. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. At participating McDonald's.
GU Self Storage. Affordable, convenient, safe, and secure. Your go-to facility for your storage needs. We offer flexible month-to-month terms and optional online payments. Need assistance with your move? No worries. We got what you need. Also, a variety of storage spaces to meet your demands with ADA accessible units, plus 24-hour security system with individual PIN-coded gate and door access. GU Self Storage is located near Harmon McDonald's in the old GPA building. For more info, call us at 648-7867 from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Pika's Cafe is serving up all the good eats. Imagine waking up to Chamorro sausage Benedict, topped with those divine poached eggs, or diving into their famous Loco Moco with sauteed mushrooms and onions swimming in that rich, creamy gravy. Did we mention that Pika's also offers delicious and affordable family platters too? Order online to get your favorites at PikasCafeGuam.com or call 647-PIKA. That's 647-7452 to order. Outdoor dining and curbside service available. Maila, Zatafan Boca at Pika's.
Go see Yauli, die sombren zelten meg, et zu ite saluda, antes diu hum niga. Radzauds and malak estrezas, durante todo em memu. A nogi distância, como cupo gipalo, zaniman malak guafi. Ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa gilo tanu man libri sentami ti man ko badi.
go. Morning Guam. Yeah.
Easy now, Tiger.
That was a tough one there.
Yeah. Okay, wait, do you beat on your chest to actually get more air out of yourself? or-
I just beat on my chest to feel my rippling muscles shake. Something's shaking. Hey, good morning, Guam. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Joe, sir, with our outside shot on this Friday. Friday! Woohoo! Betness. It's the November 13th. Oh, my God, it's Friday the 13th, guys.
Which has historically been a good day for guys named Jason.
Yeah, this is your day. I was actually born on Friday the 13th, so...
Really?
I'm in the full... my powers are... It's like full moon. You couldn't tell by my good morning, Guam, though.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Well, so is my brother.
Wow.
Crazy, huh?
You guys were both born on Friday
yeah,
the 13th?
March, not on the same day.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, March 13th and September 13th. Good morning, guys. It's, again, Friday, November 13th. Welcome to this episode of The Link. It's all proudly brought to you by IT&E, Dial Rent to Own, Calvo Enterprises, Carrier,
Take your time.
the Thrive Coalition,
Let's let everyone kind of like just ride a little.
Burger King, and Calvo's Select Care. I'd like to welcome Select Care to the family. Good morning at 6:24. You jump on our KUAM News Facebook Live feed. We're also right here on the radio, of course. This is The Breeze, 93.9 KUAM FM in Agotnia, Guam. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Jay.
Good morning. We've got a shout out from somewhere. I don't believe we've ever had a shout out from Puerto Rico before.
Puerto Rico, the Mofongo.
I was trying to think, what is that?
Yeah, it's Mofongo.
Okay,
You leave it to me to remember.
Yeah.
Completely unrelated subject here, right? I don't know what brought this up. Have you guys ever seen a manatee in real life? A sea cow, the dugong.
Where's this? Are they in Puerto Rico? They have them in Puerto Rico?
Well, the shout out we got was from manatee, or manatee, but I was like, I saw a manatee once when I was in Palau. Beautiful creatures.
Wow. Yeah, they used to be mistaken. People thought they were mermaids.
Yeah, no. Remember we did stories about that, like in the early 2000s, about the dugong. There was like a big thing out here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He threw that one up and just died.
Playing
Where-
left field.
Where's he going with this dugong thing? He has dugong left fielder. Good morning, guys, on our KWAM News Facebook Live feed. Debbie Davis, Mama Bear from Bardstown, Kentucky. Good morning, Marianne St. Nicholas with the emoji. She's got the hibiscus, the dove, the heart, the prayers. Mary C. Mendiola chimes in. Good morning and half a day. Love the music. Yeah, that was 3 times steady. Austin Saralou, who's actually the grandson of the original singer of that song.
Oh wow.
Larry Saralou. Who else we got here? Renee Labra Warren, good morning. Aloha from Hawaii. Marianne St. Nicholas, good morning. Bree, Chris, KUAM staff, all worldwide, stay safe. God bless. Hagumas. Terry Roberto, Bree, good morning. Guam from Agate.
Hey.
Thought you got to say it with your chest. Robert El Crisostomo, good morning from Ipan, Talafolfo, God's country. Be safe, Guam. Sophie Tuwiriat writes, good morning, KUAM. And Myra Sakayan, good morning, Team KUAM. Emma Olalia, good morning, be safe. You guys be safe. We've got a show for you guys. A show, yes, we're doing a show today. We'll start off with PBS. They're doing a virtual run. Then we'll move over to DPW. We got the Deputy Jess Garcia. 7:20, Dr. Ann Pobutsky, the territorial epidemiologist, representing. Is that what kind of morning it's going to be?
I think so. It is Friday the 13th, after all.
Right, representing the Department of Public Health and Social Services. We got Dr. Lombard crunching some COVID data. Tried to get him on last week. He's like, hey, if you get me on this week, I'm pretty sure there's going to be more data to crunch. And boy, is there ever.
He's like,
Yeah. his data thing is like, "Brand does not compute too much data. What is a car score?" John Fernandez, GDOE superintendent, also coming on because Wednesday was a holiday. Remember, we normally get him on Wednesday, so he's coming on as a makeup day this morning. And then we got UOG coming on the social justice donation drive with Terry Francisco, who teaches social justice, and a couple of her students. We've also got a sneak peek of the One Micronesia podcast. And this morning, our Curbside to Crib, proudly brought to you by Stroll Courier and Pika's Cafe this morning at 6:28. It's Friday, November 13th. Let's go ahead and get right into it with the latest from the KUAM news team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Mantanani.
Off day, everybody. We have a developing story as the Guam Police Department's Highway Patrol has been activated. They are investigating a fatal auto pedestrian crash that occurred along Route 16 by the Micronesia Mall here in Dededo. Police spokesperson Paul Tapau says all northbound traffic from Route 16 on to Marine Corps Drive will be diverted into Fatima Road, while southbound traffic from Route 16 onto Marine Corps Drive will be allowed. Motorists should anticipate delays. Again, that fatal crash is under investigation. At the close of business this Saturday, all construction projects will be suspended. The Department of Public Health and Social Services issued the directive following a second cluster of COVID-19 cases among employees of another local construction company. Earlier this week, Black Construction confirmed 300 of its 500 construction employees tested positive for the virus and have been isolated. All of their multi-million-dollar construction projects are now on hold. Last night, Cortec International announced 31 of its employees contracted COVID. They are currently in isolation and are receiving daily medical treatment and are being closely monitored. The company is working with public health to conduct mass testing. Approximately 1,300 Cortec workers will be tested over the next few days. According to public health, several construction companies work together on projects. The emergence of this cluster and the threat presented by the substantial additional cases poses a significant danger to the public health of the construction workforce, industries associated with these projects, and the larger community. Immediate action is necessary to protect against further spread. The suspension of all construction projects and its application to military-affiliated construction activities shall be coordinated between public health and the Department of Defense public health authorities. Additionally, public health will be reviewing all operational plans and conduct site visits of temporary workforce housing to ensure all their guidances have been complied with. As for the latest numbers, out of 900 samples, 95 returned positive. Guam's current COVID case count is now 5,850 people officially reported with COVID-19 since March. 91 deaths, 1,894 active cases, and more than 3,800 recoveries. There are a total of 83 people hospitalized, 72 at GMH, 15 of which are receiving ICU level of care, and 10 on a ventilator. At GRMC, 4 COVID patients, and at Naval Hospital, there are 7 COVID admissions, 2 are in ICU, and 1 on a ventilator. As for Guam's COVID area risk or CAR score, it is 37.5. The CAR score counts for the incidence of new cases, how well current testing identifies these cases, and the rate of spread. An ideal CAR score for Guam should be 5 or lower, hence Adelupe's Strive for 5 campaign. 2 detainees and 2 officers at the Department of Corrections Hagåtña Detention Facility have tested positive for COVID. Public Health completed COVID-19 testing at the facility yesterday. A total of 143 prisoners and 15 staff were tested. 1 detainee, with approval from the Attorney General's office, has been transferred to the Government of Guam Isolation Facility. The second detainee was transferred to DOC's Mangilao facility for isolation. The 2 officers remain in home isolation. As we reported, there are currently 91 inmates and detainees at the Mangilao compound that have tested positive for the coronavirus. And with more details, here is Adriana Cotero.
Hafaday, good morning, everyone. I'm Tyler Matinani with your headlines here on The Link. Guam could be getting its first supply of the COVID-19 vaccine Regeneron in the next 2 weeks. Physicians Advisory Group Chairman Dr. Juan Buen says they still have.
It was just a matter of time, not if, but when.
As of this morning, a total of 91 prisoners from the Manila facility have tested positive for COVID-19.
It's a big concern, of course.
Department of Corrections Director Joe Carbolito says a majority of the inmates and detainees with COVID are from Post 16. And rather than transfer the individuals to an isolation facility, DOC, in communication with Public Health CDC, determined to keep them together in the same post.
I'm optimistic and I'm confident with, the plans that and policies that we have in place. It's just that there's some things that we just, don't have control over. And, it's a pandemic. It's eventually going to make its way in.
With the virus now inside the compound, the inmates and detainees with COVID-19 are being monitored twice a day by medical staff. Carbolito says so far all patients have been asymptomatic. Although should symptoms turn, then arrangements will be made for transfers to Guam Memorial Hospital. And should an overflow occur, Carbolito says something the plan since the onset of the pandemic is early release to contain the spread and lower the population.
We already have a list of the individuals that are eligible for either parole, early release, or based on their level of offense. If they're nonviolent offenses, then they may qualify as far as or be eligible based on the type of offense that they've committed. Of course, we're not going to go to the point where we're going to be releasing violent offenders. That's off the table. If I can remember correctly, there's around 25 or 30. That we've presented we've presented a list to our legal office already at ADLOOP, and they're going to be looking at that list to see.
As for the request for outside resources of tents and containers by Homeland Security and DPW, he says it's currently going through procurement. In the meantime, the department made an additional request to transform an inoperable dome on the jail grounds into an additional isolation and quarantine facility, explains Carbolito.
What we're trying to do with what we have already within our compound, and we're trying to make it work because time is of the essence. So I'm thinking outside the box. I can't sleep at night. I'm thinking about all the different options that I have. We're also looking at consolidating posts.
He adds 4 out of the 20-plus posts have reported positive cases and shares this message to the worried loved ones of those locked up.
From the inside out, I know that, I know that the feeling that your loved one is in here and probably, going through a lot with, the amount of positive cases that we have in here.
We are in the worst economic crisis of our lives. We're in the worst.
Hafa, good morning, everyone. I'm Tyler Matinani with your headlines here on The Link. Guam could be getting its first supply of the COVID-19 vaccine Regeneron in the next 2 weeks. Physicians Advisory Group Chairman Dr. Juan Buen says they still have plans for a COVID clinic to administer the antibody. It's the same one used to treat President Trump after his infection.
It's not here yet, but, once was here and hopefully we'll have it soon, is that, it can be given as an outpatient. Hopefully, again, the term COVID clinic are coming up. The question is where we're going to put it. A lot of detail will be discussed. I think with public health, with the surgeon cell and the hospital to see what is the best site to administer this IV infusion.
The group is scheduled to meet tonight for its regular weekly gathering. The airport authority confirms an 11th employee has tested positive for COVID-19. In a news release, GIAA Executive Manager John Kanata says they have initiated contact tracing to determine if any other employee may have been infected. However, he says airport operations continue uninterrupted and thorough sanitization of work and public areas are underway. He says restricted entry to the terminal and safety and protective measures that were implemented last month remain in place. Some 25,000 unemployed Guamanians could be getting an extra $1,800 payment by Thanksgiving Day week. The Labor Department says it's stepping up the processing of checks for the Lost Wages Act. That's the executive order issued by President Trump that provides an extra $300 a week for up to 6 weeks for qualified claimants. In a news release, GDOL said its goal is to get all 6 weeks of the additional money paid out by November 24th. In order to do so, they're shutting down the PUA call center and detailing customer service reps to help with LWA check processing from the 16th to the 20th. The Federal Emergency Management Agency granted Guam about $45 million to fund the program. To qualify, claimants must receive at least $100 in PUA. Dates covered are the weeks ending August 1st to September 5th. Guam Police Department Lieutenant Mark Torrey testified today in the trial of his son, Mark Torrey Jr., a former officer accused in the shooting death of a fellow cop. Torrey Sr. was pressed on the timeline of events that occurred at the crime scene, his Jigo residence, 5 years ago. Adriana Cotero reports.
It was in the early hours of July 13th, 2015, when Lieutenant Mark Torrey woke up to a call from his daughter-in-law, asking him to come downstairs. Upon exiting his Jigo residence, Lieutenant Torrey saw his son, Mark Torrey Jr., or Marky, standing outside his son's pickup truck, and fellow police officer Albert Piolo, laying on the hood of the truck, back pressed on the hood, shirt off, with his hands and arms wide open. Lieutenant Torrey testified in Judge Arthur Barcinas' courtroom today that as he got closer to the scene, he saw Piolo and Marky embrace one another and noticed a clear hole between Piolo's armpit and chest, but did not see any blood. Mark Torrey Jr. is on trial for a second time for the fatal shooting of Piolo. He faces negligent homicide and aggravated assault charges. Defense counsel Jay Areola called Torrey's father up to the witness stand this morning. He told the court that as he stepped closer to the two, Piolo yelled out, quote, "Lieutenant, please help me. They shot me, unquote. And immediately, he told his son to plug the wound. Torrey Sr. testified he never heard a gunshot from that early morning, and once he approached, his son was applying pressure to the hole and did not have his firearm on him. During cross-examination, Chief Prosecutor Basil O'Malley played back the 911 call recording and asked Torrey Sr. if it's clear. Piolo says, quote, he shot me, unquote. He confirmed the phrase, he shot me. This trial is ongoing. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Adriana Cotero.
That's the news for now. We'll see you all tonight at 6 on Primetime.
Rolando was arrested in connection with the death of a 21-year-old man killed in an overturned truck on October 1st. Glenn Thomas Cruz Jr. died of his injuries sustained in that crash, which occurred along Marble Cave Road in Manilao. According to our files, a man was ejected from the vehicle and was found pulseless and breathless. Life-saving measures were not performed due to the severity of his injuries. The other man in the vehicle was trapped and required extrication using the jaws of life and the assistance of an excavator to remove him from the cab. Colanda was arrested for vehicular homicide, imprudent driving, and wearing no seatbelt. He was booked and confined at DOC. The Superior Court of Guam summoned Frank Co, James, and Nicholas to appear before Magistrate Judge Jonathan Kwan to answer on 2 indictments related to criminal sexual conduct charges. According to court documents, Nicholas is accused of committing 2 counts of third-degree criminal sexual conduct as a second-degree felony and 2 counts of fourth-degree CSC as a misdemeanor in January. A second indictment came down on St. Nicholas for allegedly committing the same crime 4 months later in May 2020. The incidents involved 2 separate victims. According to the Office of the Attorney General, a true bill was returned in both cases. In one of the cases, he has entered a plea of not guilty. As for the second, his arraignment has been scheduled for the 24th. Japan Airlines announced that its Guam service will continue to be suspended through the end of January. However, it will operate 3 special flights during the holidays to accommodate those who need to return to Japan. JAL will operate Guam Narita flights on Christmas Eve and on January 4th and January 24th. The carrier says it will continue to review travel restrictions within each destination in its international network. Japan's national carrier is also urging customers to follow their respective countries' health guidelines. In a news release, Regional Director Hajime Fujiwara said, "Let's hope for an early vanquishment of the virus and let's proceed with safety precaution measures at all times. We will continue to keep you updated as we move along." President-elect Joe Biden has picked the man he wants to be his White House chief of staff. Many people consider the chief of staff position to be among the most important roles in any administration. And Mr. Biden went with someone he's very familiar with. Skylar Henry reports.
President-elect Joe Biden has chosen Ron Klain to be his chief of staff. Klain brings years of Washington, D.C. experience, including serving as Mr. Biden's first vice presidential chief of staff. The pick also shows the emphasis the president-elect is placing on the pandemic response. Klain has public health experience after serving as the Ebola response coordinator during the 2014 outbreak.
We need to be masking, social distancing, remaining 6 feet apart.
Dr. Celine Gounder sits on President-elect Biden's coronavirus advisory board. She downplayed the need for another full lockdown during an interview with CBS This Morning.
What we need to be tightening up right now is indoor dining, going to bars, indoor gyms, that sort of thing.
President Trump continues to claim via Twitter that he will win the presidential election in the end. CBS News did call Alaska and its 3 electoral college votes for the president Wednesday. This morning, the president tweeted, "It took long enough." Then he added, "Now with a recount, we will win Georgia also." Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger told CBS This Morning that the recount is unlikely to change the 14,000 vote lead President-elect Biden currently holds.
At the end of the day, I think you'll find that when we do the hand recount of all the votes, it'll substantiate what we've gotten with the electronic ballot counting with the machines.
The Trump campaign has yet to produce any evidence of widespread fraud, which would change the outcome of the election. Skylar Henry, CBS News, the White House.
Again, we are working on a developing story as the Guam Police Department's Highway Patrol has been activated. They are investigating a fatal auto pedestrian crash that occurred along Route 16 by the Micronesia Mall. Police spokesperson Paul Tapau says all northbound traffic from Route 16 onto Marine Court Drive will be diverted into Fatima Road, while southbound traffic, again from Route 16 on to Route 1, will be allowed. Motorists should anticipate delays. And that's your news. Stay tuned for the link. We'll have more after the break.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We value relationships because when we commit,
I love you guys until you're 80, until you're 90, until you're 100, forever.
we are in it for the long run, so you can enjoy the moments that matter. Because when we commit to relationships, we never stop caring. Calvo's Select Care, health care that is always there for you. Federal employees and annuitants enroll today.
Life as we know it changed this year. Our health, families, jobs, and finances have been in jeopardy. We've witnessed loss in more ways than one. And at a time when nothing could be more comforting than coming together to fill this loss, share the love, and lean on each other for support, we've been asked to stay apart for our own safety. This year on Giving Tuesday, the need will be greater than ever, but we'll also face more obstacles than ever in spreading love, kindness, and generosity to those who need it most. So we're challenging you, yes, all of you Guam, to help create a wave of generosity like we have never seen before. We can all do it. Small acts, big acts, businesses, schools, churches, clubs, men, women, children. Let's do this. Giving Tuesday is this December 1st. What will you do?
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze.
Hafa I'm Robert Underwood. There's a runoff election in order to choose who will represent you in the U.S. Congress, the incumbent or myself. It may be the most crucial decision in the lives of our families for the next decade. As we meet the challenges of the pandemic, we need relief for our families and an economic recovery package for small businesses and workers. We must ensure health care for all and give our young people the educational tools to succeed. I have personal relationships with leadership in the House, the Senate, and the new Biden administration. I promise to use those for your benefit and to never let you down. You will never hear about investigations during my service. This is the time for all of us to make a serious choice on behalf of our island. I can meet the challenges and the opportunities in Washington, D.C. next year. I humbly ask for your vote. Si Diyos maasi, maraming salamat po. I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
Uproar Race to 21 Challenge. 2020 is one year we can't wait to put in the rearview mirror. So lace up, get ready, set, and run to 21 with the Guam Rona Challenge. Join the virtual challenge starting now through December 31st. Go at your own pace and select from 100, 2, or the 300-mile challenge. To register, visit runtochallenge.com. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Trench Challenge, and Kill Cliff. This is an Uproar event. Proceeds benefit the Special Olympics Guam.
The Christmas Pops virtual holiday shopping fair is coming on Sunday, November 29th. It's the third annual Christmas Pops event with local artisans, crafters, and businesses in a reimagined and safe way for you to shop. As many small businesses struggle to survive, the call to buy local is greater than ever. To learn more and participate in this one-of-a-kind multimedia marketplace event on the stations and digital platforms of KUAM Communications, bringing together the island's biggest array of local vendors, email bettyann@kuam.com or visit kuam.com. Presented to you by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Hey, good morning, 6:51. Again, there's a accident, autoped at the Micronesian Wall site. It's on Marine Drive, headed northbound, right as you get towards that Macy's entrance. So you're going to pass Jollibee. That's where it's closed off. So you're going to have to go through Fatima Road. I was actually on the scene this morning, as you know, Bree, and while we didn't get, and we're playing the video now, while we didn't get much information, one of the officers on the scene told me that it was a hit and run as autoped. I said, what happened? He goes, oh, there was an autoped. So I kind of looked around at the scene. I said, where's the auto? And he said, that's the question. So, wow, just prayers going out to the victim. We don't know much. That is an area all around here with just a lot of pedestrians all hours of the day and night. So just be safe, guys.
People are exercising. And,
Right, yeah. Definitely not how I thought I'd start my Friday morning, but, that pales in comparison to what happened at that scene. 6:52, this is The Link on The Breeze, proudly brought to you by Cabo Select Care, Dial Rent to Own, IT&E, the Thrive Coalition, Carrier, Burger King, and Cabo Enterprises. Good morning. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room where it's kind of become a thing. Virtual. I mean, we haven't said virtual this much in a year since VR first came out. Everything is virtual. We've had, virtual. I did a virtual 10K, UGM. We've got virtual meetings in Zoom.
We did virtual Liberation Day parade.
Virtual Liberation Day. We have virtual empanada in our KUAM News Zoom room this morning.
Virtual relay for life.
Right, yeah. So definitely the year of the virtual. So 6:53, let's head over to the Zoom room where we have from PBS Guam, Marv Mantanani and Rowena Vega Castro. And these guys are doing a virtual run. We'll go ahead and pop up the graphic. Good morning, Marv.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina. Good morning, Rowena.
Good morning, Rowena.
Hi.
Hello. Let's just jump right into it, Marv. So a virtual run here with PBS, and I love the graphic. I'm obviously a big Sesame Street fan. So just jump right into it and give us the info.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, participants can choose between 10 to 20 and 50 miles. You can register now from November 1st to November 30th. Registration and distance goals should be submitted by December 6th. The way we're doing it this year, which is virtually, miles needed to be recorded through any mobile device tracking application while running, walking, or wheeling. So you could do all three or either or. The chosen mobile application must be to export distance logs and be shared through an email. We have all the information on our website, which is pbsguam.org. So any other information that we talk about here today on the show, you can review through there as well.
Nice. And just to be clear, you don't have to run. Well, I mean, you can if you want. I think Rowena might. You don't have to run all the miles
She's like
at the same time. She's like 50 miler. Nothing. Don't do that before breakfast.
No, you actually can run it. It can be run cumulatively. So you can do 1 mile today. Actually, what I did was I used it as a challenge for my kids, for my son and grandson. And what I did was I signed them up, and it's a way, since they're going to school virtually also, I figure, they need to get. It was a great way for us to family bond as well as to get them outside and moving. So we walk a mile a day. That's our goal. 1 mile a day, 5 days a week, and for 4 weeks.
So you're doing 20.
Which one are you doing, Rowena?
Doing the 50, but for my son, my 10, and my grandson is 5, I signed them up for 20. Because the 20 and the 50, you get a medal. The 10, I think you get a certificate. So I want them to, strive for that medal.
Go for gold.
In a t-shirt as well. So for all participants. Yeah.
This is a great idea, Marv. I love how you can wheel it too. So, all my skaters and rollerbladers, even bikers. I think biking would probably be the easiest way to get me a medal. I'm all about the medals.
You can walk your dog. You can use a treadmill. You could use any other machine as well. So it's a little different, but it helps promote social distancing as well.
Right. Yeah. That's great. Let's talk about how people can sign up for this.
Yeah, well, right now we have our website up. It's pbsguam.org. You'll see a little banner on our landing page. Go ahead and click that. Registration's on there. It's $30 per person and $100 for a family of 4.
I think this is really cool too because you don't have to be on Guam to participate. So anybody here watching on Facebook, you can sign up for this.
I love the shirt you get, Marv, there. It's definitely Sesame Street inspired with the 671 virtual run wording on a Sesame Street, right?
The matching face mask.
Right. Rowena, how excited are you? How excited you turn this into a family activity? How are your kids, your grandson liking this?
Well, at first, my son, my 10-year-old, was not liking it. He was not happy that I got him off his iPad to do this. But I'm really proud of him, Chris, because yesterday I wasn't with him, but he took the initiative and he did 1 mile on his own around the house.
Wow.
Logged it on his watch. I gave him a Garmin, and he logged it and he showed it to me, and he's like, Mom, I did a mile on my own. So I'm really, really happy about that, and it's really to jumpstart, supporting PBS, but at the same time also jumpstarting that healthy lifestyle that you want our kids to develop even at a young age.
Right. It's almost like a head start on New Year's, because this 2020. Yeah. Sorry, I just had to take a moment of silence for 2020 there, because this year is just something else. But yeah, if you're trying to get a head start on 2021, this is a great way to kind of get into that mindset of being healthy and doing a great challenge here. Rowena, let's talk as a runner, right? So 50 miles by the end of November. Doable?
Doable.
How many of you logged already?
Honestly, I'm not really. I've already logged because I bike also. I bike every Sunday. And so I know that already this month I've logged probably, 70, 80 miles from running and, just the activities that I do. But, I was talking to PBS and, they were just telling me this is really not, you don't have to be a runner. You don't have to be, you just have to get up and move. And so anyone can do this, anyone of all ages. And so it doesn't matter if you were a runner before, this is just a great way to even get started into running or just getting up and moving. And so whether you log 10 miles or 20 miles or 50 miles, it's still miles better than you did yesterday, right? So
Good point. Good point.
Yeah. So I don't really know how much I logged. I just know I'm going to log enough by the time it's the end of
Pretty sure you're going to log enough for you and a bunch of other people. Maybe you could loan Sabrina some of your miles. Give her a little head start.
Can I borrow 50?
Communities, you could spread it. So if you were to do 50 miles by the end of November, it would take maybe about 3 miles per day.
Right.
So you could do a mile and a half in the morning, a mile and a half in the evening, and it is tangible. You can do it. It's just doing it is the only thing.
Taking that first step.
Yeah, exactly.
All right,
and you can walk it, you can run it, like I said, walk your dog,
Right on it. It's pbsguam.org. Marv, anything else people need to know is signing up or doing this great virtual 671 virtual run?
Yeah, just please don't forget, just check us out on pbsguam.org. Okay, and that's where all the information would be there if you didn't catch the information today. We would like to thank you guys for hosting us. Thank you, Rowena, for stopping in. We appreciate you guys.
And that's $30 individual, $100 for a family of 4, and 10 miles. You get a great shirt here, certificate, and the matching PBS Guam face mask. Do 20, they're going to throw in a medal. 50, what do you got here? Yep, you're getting a medal, mask, and the certificate, and a great 671 virtual run. Thanks, Marv. Thank you, Rowena.
Guys.
Yes, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks for waking up early with us on this Friday morning.
No problem.
Got it. Okay, let's go take the day, guys.
Thank you.
All right, there's virtual empanada. Rowena, I don't know how many virtual miles you got to do to work off virtual empanada, but it's there in the Zoom room. Marv, grab you a couple for the staff.
I will. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. See you. Okay. What? It's my grandma's recipe. I was up all night grinding rice.
Roasting it, right?
Yeah, the big.
Yes, my grandma used to
right,
make
yeah.
it. She even had the metal, the little metal presser.
Right, yeah, the little empanada presser thing. Right on. So that's what's in the KUAM News Zoom room this morning. Hey, we're taking a real
quick.
Or the
grinder, too.
Yeah. We're on our grind.
Yeah.
At 7 o'clock, we're KUAM FM and Agani Guam. We're coming back with the Deputy of DPW, Jess Garcia, next, right here on the link. Good morning.
Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dededo, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dededo. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
Hafaday. The KUAM Care Force is calling upon our island community to come together for Giving Tuesday on December 1st for a safe way to help take care of our island family.
On Tuesday, December 1st, stop through our parking lot in Harmon for a donation drive-through.
We're helping the Salvation Army's holiday campaign. You can drop off your non-perishable food items and gifts for kids and teens to our curbside attendants so we can help ensure your safety.
We'll have holiday entertainment while you wait, refreshments, and other goodies for donors.
And the link will be live on location,
So you can be part of the show.
It's all happening between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Let's get together and show the world that Guam can still come together for good on Giving Tuesday.
We value relationships because when we commit,
I love you guys until you're 80, until you're 90, until you're 100, forever.
we are in it for the long run. So you can enjoy the moments that matter. Because when we commit to relationships, we never stop caring. Calvo's Select Care, health care that is always there for you. Federal employees and annuitants enroll today.
We are in the worst economic crisis of our lives. We're in the worst healthcare crisis in 100 years. I've outlined a plan that takes full advantage of the military buildup to make it a local buildup, utilizing our local workers and companies. I've presented a viable plan to create a special immigration zone with the CNMI. It will increase visitor numbers and increase federal support of our crippled tourism industry. I will immediately diversify the economy, utilizing technology and research in areas like aquaculture and information technology and the establishment of mega data centers in Guam. But first, we must get people back to work and more federal pandemic relief funding. We don't need more exaggerated promises from the incumbent. We need honesty and integrity in our delegate's office. I am Robert Underwood, and I humbly ask you for your vote. And I approve this message. Si Diyos maasi, maraming salamat po.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze.
Uproar Race to 21 Challenge. 2020 is one year we can't wait to put in the rearview mirror. So lace up, get ready, set, and run to 21 with the Guam Rona Challenge. Join the virtual challenge starting now through December 31st. Go at your own pace and select from 100, 2, or the 300-mile challenge. To register, visit runtochallenge.com. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Trench Challenge, and Kill Cliff. This is an Uproar event. Proceeds benefit the Special Olympics Guam.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Okay, so yeah, you're just starting it. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I was just wondering, like, what's going on? Where are all the There was a presentation, I believe, by Vince, right, yesterday on some of the road projects, but there was one about the ITC intersection and some upgrades that are going to be happening. Do you have any information about that since we have you on? Starting when? Yeah, I remember. Do you remember just when there was the road project in Agana? Gosh, I want to say it was earlier this year, and that just was a nightmare.
Yeah.
And that was also.
The ITC intersection, they have more alternate routes that we can take to
Right. Yeah,
to
but
move people around.
But Jess, sorry if you guys covered this because I was checking something. But isn't there a construction ban going on starting tomorrow?
Pardon?
There's a
Construction.
construction ban going on starting tomorrow, right? So is this going to affect these projects?
Yes, so the construction ban starts tomorrow, and Public Health has given some guidance. So I guess plumbing, electrical, landscape, and
Jesse, there?
stuff yeah. So those are basically for emergency work type situations where construction will not be not construction, but plumbing, electrical work, and stuff like that would be authorized. But as far as regular construction, they would oversee. And in order for them to start back work up, they would need to get public health clearance with their plan of how they're going to open up the construction projects, and which would need to be approved by the director of public health.
Has anybody? Okay.
No, I was gonna say you were kind of breaking up, so I couldn't really hear you. How many projects?
Okay. So basically, all major construction work will stop, will cease. The only way to get construction started back up is that if your company would have a plan submitted to Department of Public Health for their review and approval. There's some questions that would come up when the company makes a request to Public Health.
Do you guys currently have any construction or contracts with any construction companies for Government of Guam projects that would have to be suspended on Saturday?
No major construction that we have at this time.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you?
Sorry. Hey, Jess, so when we have these like big projects, right? Because I remember they brought this up back when in the first wave, and another time I think when they were talking about pausing, the governor having the authority to stop construction going on in the bases. I think the point was brought up about just all these timelines that are in these contracts for these different projects. How will this ban affect those timelines and the payment and just all those issues, right? Because I'm pretty sure there are issues with project completion dates and all that kind of stuff.
Yes, so we're working together with the military partners, and all of these questions were brought up. So I believe what's happening with the large projects that are on base that are being stopped until this pandemic or until some kind of schedule or working issues of safety for this COVID is resolved with the construction companies and the military and public health. So they're working together on trying to figure out how to get this thing under control and then start up work again.
Do you have a timeline on that, Jess? I mean, so the construction ban starts tomorrow. Are we going to see these companies come up with a plan on Sunday and then get back to work on Monday, you think, or?
So basically, it's kind of like a 14-day notice, right? Stop construction and try to get this pandemic controlled.
Right.
But certain cases where they need to write to the director of public health and state the case why they want to start up, and if they have a safety plan and it's approved by public health, then they'll probably authorize them to restart up.
Right. Hey, so,
but for now, we just need to make sure that we keep the community safe from the spread of this COVID.
Amen, Jess. Feel you on that. Let's talk about DPW. So when you guys issue permits, right, because I know you do that up at the One Stop, specifically for events, we had heard that there was a drive-in movie screening or something that was supposed to happen, but in consultation with the Department of Public Health, that event was postponed. That being said, when these organizations come in and they get a permit for an event, whether it's drive-through or whatever type of event it is your agency involved in vetting these permits and maybe saying like, I don't know, you might want to check public health for this one because it sounds like it could be risky? Or is that something that public health does?
So basically, on any type of large gathering events with public health or without public health, they still are required to get a Guam Fire Department assembly permit for any large gatherings events.
Yeah, but we're in a pandemic, so who's getting permits for large gatherings?
Yes, because we're at the government has a thing with how many people can gather, so they have to get special permission from public health to gather in large crowds.
So that's what they have to do first.
Yes,
I see. And then they get that approval. It's like, okay, Arts and Augustine said it's cool.
And then they would submit. They get approval from public health. Then they would submit it to One Stop Fire Department section, which would require them to have an assembly permit. And then with the assembly permit, they show them the plan and all of the emergency access and safety plans for the event. And then it's up to the fire department to approve or disapprove.
Interesting. Bree, you good?
No, I wanted to follow up on the Department of Corrections and any assistance that the Department of Public Works is providing to the Department of Corrections.
Okay, at this time, I've been in communication with the Department of Corrections regarding the outbreak up there. So there's some stuff that we're trying to get up, like one of the dome tents that's down because of a AC unit thing. So we have our engineers that went out the other day, made the assessment, and we're gonna help Department of Corrections procure AC units and installation. And then there's some other stuff that they need upgraded, which we're working with them with our engineers.
What are some of those things?
So like down at the dome, they have a restroom that needs to be renovated, which hasn't been used. So we're trying to make that restroom usable so that we can try to help DOC manage their pandemic up in the facility.
Do you know how long it will take to get those air cons that you said that you were working on to procure? Because I know when we had this whole situation with the SIF, we waited months and months and months for these chillers or these aircon units. And maybe it's not the same sort of air cons that you need, but I'm just wondering, is it going to take forever and a day?
Okay, so the difference between the SIF and DOC. The aircons at DOC are smaller units. They're 3-ton package units, which my guys, as of yesterday, has been sourcing to locate the amount of AC units needed, and then they'll put it out on a bid to procure.
Okay, so you're not anticipating like 6 months?
No.
Okay.
This will be a short time. It will be faster than
fast track.
Than that. Just maybe a couple, maybe a week or so, we'll be able to get it all up.
And real quickly, since I do have you on, I wanted to get just an update on the flooding mitigation projects in Tumon. I want to say that former Governor Carl Gutierrez said that he had been working with Public Works on the flooding problems down in Tumon.
Yes, Governor Gutierrez has been working with us, and one of the issues that we have with Tumon is it's a funding source. We had the money, we can solve that problem, but it's all about the funding source. DPW wasn't budgeted for that flooding in Tumon. So if they would want more action on getting it done right away, we would need a funding source to make it happen.
Okay, I thought I read or heard somewhere that money was being diverted from GVB's budget over to DPW, since we're not really marketing and things like that, so that we could prepare Guam for the eventuality of us reopening tourism. So
yes, so whatever resources I have, try to help them pump out and stuff like that, clear drainages and stuff, that we can do. But the major stuff is to pump that water out of Tumon. How do we do it? That's costly.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Jess.
All right. Okay.
All right. You stay safe.
Appreciate it. Yeah, Jess, be safe. All right. Hey, Jess, there's virtual empanada there in the Zoom room if you want to taggy.
All right.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Esther, take some for Vince.
All right.
Okay, Esther. Right on. There you go. 7:24. Let's keep it in the KUAM News Zoom room. We kind of got to take a break, though. Let me just take a break really quick. Sorry, guys. It's 7:24. We're back with more of The Link on the Breeze next.
Life as we know it changed this year. Our health, families, jobs, and finances have been in jeopardy. We've witnessed loss in more ways than one. And at a time when nothing could be more comforting than coming together to fill this loss, share the love, and lean on each other for support, we've been asked to stay apart for our own safety. This year on Giving Tuesday, the need will be greater than ever, but we'll also face more obstacles than ever in spreading love, kindness, and generosity to those who need it most. So we're challenging you, yes, all of you Guam, to help create a wave of generosity like we have never seen before. We can all do it. Small acts, big acts, businesses, schools, churches, clubs, men, women, children. Let's do this. Giving Tuesday is this December 1st. What will you do?
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We value relationships because when we commit,
I love you guys until you're 80, until you're 90, until you're 100, forever.
we are in it for the long run. So you can enjoy the moments that matter. Because when we commit to relationships, we never stop caring. Calvo's Select Care, health care that is always there for you. Federal employees and annuitants enroll today.
Hafaday, I'm Robert Underwood. There's a runoff election in order to choose who will represent you in the U.S. Congress, the incumbent or myself. It may be the most crucial decision in the lives of our families for the next decade. As we meet the challenges of the pandemic, we need relief for our families and an economic recovery package for small businesses and workers. We must ensure health care for all and give our young people the educational tools to succeed. I have personal relationships with leadership in the House, the Senate, and the new Biden administration. I promise to use those for your benefit and to never let you down. You will never hear about investigations during my service. This is the time for all of us to make a serious choice on behalf of our island. I can meet the challenges and the opportunities in Washington, D.C. next year. I humbly ask for your vote. Si Diyos maasi, maraming salamat po. I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
Release last night didn't have an updated car score. And I was able to message Dr. Felix Cabrera. I think he's the only one who could do the math on that thing. But he responded, there's still a minor delay due to cross-referencing and getting updated reporting from all labs. But preliminary car score of 39.3 will be finalized by this evening's JIC release. Because if you see the graphic we had put out in the JIC release last night, they said the car score was 37 point something or other.
Oh, yeah.
But that was what they said it was yesterday morning. And obviously we had more positives. And so that's what's going on if you guys are tracking that car score.
You know it's going to be bad if the number of positives are high.
Yeah. But it depends on how they do the math.
Yeah, okay, whatever.
Okay. Dr. Ann.
Good morning.
Good morning, Guam. Good morning, Dr. Ann Pobutsky. Territorial epidemiologist.
How you doing?
How are you doing, Doc?
Well, it's been quite a week.
You think?
Very busy. Yeah.
Right.
Well, we're up to almost 6,000 cases. 91 deaths. The good news, we haven't had a death in the past day or so that's good.
Day.
Knock on wood.
Crazy.
But as you just mentioned, the CAR score is because of these clusters that we've seen at the construction, barracks, and other congregate settings, DOC. So that has driven up the score quite high, the COVID area risk score. So yes, we're trying to address these significant clusters in congregate settings.
Right. So Doc, you know, the train of thought yesterday when we interviewed the Adelup press secretary, Crystal Paco San Augustine, and Dr. Cabrera, what they had kind of been consistent about saying was that clusters are clusters and they are separate and apart from like community spread. But then we had the Dean of Nursing, Dr. Margaret Hattori-Achima, who, you know, kind of as an aside in a different conversation had said, hey, just because a cluster is a cluster doesn't mean we're safe. So I wanted to get your opinion on that. So when they talk about these clusters with Black Construction DOC, they
and Cortec.
And Cortec, right? So they kind of allude that, oh, because they're in these places where it's congregate setting, it doesn't really impact what's happening out in the, you know, real world, I guess, for lack of a better term. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, it may not, because especially the prison, it's very limited access in and out, but somehow it got in there. It was just a matter of time. I've been looking at Hawaii a couple months ago. They had it spread through their prison. And so we're trying to contain that. The barracks are a different story because these construction companies have a lot of subcontractors and local hires, as well as the H2 workers. They have quite a few local employees as well,
right?
Hundreds of them. So, but the important point is not that this is a big risk to the community. The important point is we're addressing it and containing it and working with these companies to respond and address the issue.
Doc, were you involved in the formulation of this whole CAR score thing?
No, that's something the physicians group came up with along with Dr. Cabrera. It was originally designed to look at where our risk was in relation to other places geographically, and they decided it was a very useful tool. And I believe they're using that, the governor's using it to look at, wow, if we can get it down to 5, bring our risk down. It's just another indicator that they're using to see what's going on in terms of the patterns and the spread and all that.
So just as a territorial epidemiologist, do you think that it's a methodology that indicates our, what do they say, our COVID health? With the different factors that go into determining it, are those factors that you would use as an epidemiologist to go out here and say, yeah, because of this, and this CAR score, that means that, we can have Thanksgiving?
I think it's a useful indicator. I'm not one who does a lot of modeling, and Felix Cabrera obviously does. Some people can critique those things. FEMA uses models as well. I think these are all useful indicators to tell us what's going on.
All right. Okay. So that being said, what is going on? I know it's been a tough week. Where are we with
the CAR score jumped up because of these hundreds of cases in these congregate settings. That's what's going on. We're still seeing community spread as well.
Yeah.
We have seen a slight dip in cases and hospitalizations, but it's not gone down to the point where it's flat or, at a low risk. So we're still having widespread community transmission as well as the spread at these congregate settings.
So
we're trying to address it.
Right. And so you've done just a ton of the black construction testing that, we're doing this CORTEC testing where I think they're going to try and test 1,300. They have
1,300 employees.
Yeah. So then we did the DOC testing with public health doing all these testings, dealing with these clusters. Have we been able to simultaneously continue our community testing?
Yes. As a matter of fact, our testing capability is about to increase greatly. We've got, as a matter of fact, that's one of the reasons they're moving us out of the lab. We were supposed to do it last week. The lab is getting crowded. It's full of boxes. It's like an obstacle course. We just got 30,000 of the antigen tests, which are really good for use in those congregate settings. And it's a quick test, and it's for symptomatic people. So they're going to be, they're validating that. They were doing that yesterday, and they're going to try and roll that out as well. So yes, of course, we're continuing testing every single day, numerous runs every day.
What are you seeing with the community spread? Is it still household? How are people getting it? How are they spreading it?
Yes. And right now, this week, the hotspots were the congregate settings. But yes, we're still seeing household spread, workplace spread. It's the same old story. It hasn't changed, except for there's hundreds of cases in these congregate settings. We're not out of the woods. We're trying to put a lid on it.
How realistic is it to entertain the thought that somehow, with all this widespread community transmission, with these crazy clusters in the congregate settings, that somehow, with all of this going on, in about a month, we'll be able to have Christmas? Because that's the CAR score. It's kind of like this. What did they say?
She said it's like a reward.
It's a reward.
It's an incentive.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think people should plan for Thanksgiving and Christmas this year, unless you're just doing it with your household. We're not out of the woods. There's talk about a vaccine soon. Even that's going to take time to roll out. We're not out of the woods. It's been 8 months. These things take time. Maybe it'll ease up. But again, it's up to the community to continue to do what we're supposed to do. Wear a mask, social distance, wash your hands, sanitize, try to social distance. Boy, I had CDC people in my office all week. We were all wearing masks, but we really couldn't social distance because we had to address, we had the CDC deployment team out here. It's hard on people, I know, but we're not out of the woods yet. And there's hope in a few months that we will have a vaccine. And that's going to take time to roll out as well, because they're going to do healthcare workers first and so on.
Yeah, because I already told my kids that the governor canceled Christmas because of COVID. So I'm just going with that.
Yeah, but if we strive for 5,
Well, if we strive for 5, we're supposed to actually.
We could have Christmas in December.
A virtual Christmas.
It just, to me, I mean, I'm not a thinking man or anything, but it just mathematically seemed almost impossible that we would somehow not just get to 5, but get down to 2.5. And then, Christmas. Merry Christmas. There's your reward.
If you think about these kinds of gatherings, like large gatherings at Thanksgiving and Christmas, those are the exact same kinds of behaviors that facilitate the spread of the virus, just like congregate settings where you have a lot of people in close quarters, sharing meals and etc. So that's still a concern.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, like I said, I don't see us in a month. Somehow we're going to have Christmas, and then we're going to be right back where we started from. Third surge.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
Doc, can we, because, we had, I forget who was on yesterday, but they keep dropping the V word, vaccine, saying that, we're going to have one by the end of the year. But, when you read all the different national media reports, it doesn't really seem like that's a possibility. And how dangerous is it for people to be thinking that we're getting a vaccine on Christmas and that it's all going to go away?
Well, I don't know that it's dangerous. Obviously, the vaccine is the ideal situation, right? And widespread adoption of and people getting vaccinated. I don't know when it's going to happen, but the plans are in place. Nationally and locally and in the region, we do know that people are gearing up for when that happens. So obviously sooner is better than later, but
Right.
Again, it's going to take time to roll it out.
Yeah.
And there's logistics issues involved because it has to be kept really cold and you have to have 2 shots and all that. So it's going to happen. Mass vaccination will happen. It's just a question of when. I can't predict when, but people are obviously hopeful and making plans to have the vaccine and widespread adoption of it.
Yeah, I mean, I know you're not predicting it, but a lot of people are. And when I said dangerous, I meant that, people are looking at that vaccine as a finish line. And when we talk about all this COVID fatigue that supposedly is making people go all around the island because they're just tired of being...
Okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so we're moving the finish line.
In a month, so I can do whatever I want.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
No. Well, people still can't just do whatever they want, and they can't do whatever they want for other things like flu, and they shouldn't. There's all kinds of infectious diseases that require people to change their behavior, not just COVID-19, but influenza, colds. Remember, it's not just COVID. It's like you shouldn't go to work when you're sick with a cold either. You shouldn't go to sick with the flu either. You should stay home when you're sick. And if you have a STD or, there's procedures to follow for infectious disease and communicable diseases. So people can't just do whatever they want because they want to. That's not how it's supposed to work. A lot of this is human behavior, sexually transmitted diseases, tuberculosis. So it's not just COVID-19, but infectious diseases as a general rule. We were talking about this before. Chronic diseases are about bad habits. Infectious diseases are about dirty habits, which is why we're telling people to cover your face so you're not coughing and sneezing droplets and spray all over everybody or etc.
Doc, so I just saw that Department of Public Health and Social Services, in consultation with an organization that was going to hold a drive-through movie theater screening. So I guess they had met with Public Health, and the decision was made to postpone that event. But I had heard something about a concert this weekend, and I'm just thinking in my mind, like, if we're canceling a drive-through movie theater, why wouldn't we also cancel a whatever concert? Or are we? Do you know?
I do not know the specifics on either of those possible events or what policies they're following for the restrictions. Concerts and, drive-through movie sounds, you're in a car, you're with your family, you can wear a mask. concerts are a little more, crowded. I really don't know. Where's this concert? That's not my call.
Yeah.
You're going to have to ask somebody else.
I think when we had, I think it was Dr. I forget which doctor, they said the risk was that people from different households would be riding together to go to these different events. And anyway.
Well, that's probably true.
Yeah.
And that's probably true regardless of whether there's a drive-in movie.
Yeah. Doc, so I know it's been a crazy week. What's next week looking like?
I don't know, because we have a lot to do, rolling out the antigen tests. And we are moving next week. We're moving to the ITC building because the lab is too crowded and there's not enough space. That's been our problem. It's been about a year since the fire last year, right after dengue, and people have been put in different places. So they're moving us to ITC, so the lab will have bigger space and more storage for all these test kits that they've got coming in. And that's the plan. We're moving to getting a weekly surveillance report with some more detail. I'm presenting on the diabetes group tomorrow. More than half of our deaths have a diagnosis of diabetes, so that's a big concern. So we're talking about, this at-risk population. I believe they would also be targeted at-risk, vulnerable populations with chronic conditions, and the elderly might be targeted for early vaccine after healthcare workers. So we're just going back to planning and we're getting a little bit more help. And so we're trying to roll out this weekly report sometime in the next couple of weeks. We've been talking about it for more than a month, but we haven't had time because other things keep cropping up.
Right. Doc, you said we're about to greatly increase our testing capacity. So I think we ran, where are we at, Jay?
Because we have the antigen test now.
Right. So
they're validating it.
Right.
30,000 antigen tests. Right?
Yes.
So
and it's a quicker test than the PCR, and they're trying to figure out the protocol on how to roll that out to the clinics. And it's for symptomatic people, but you can get results fairly quickly.
Is that a nasal swab, or is that like a prick?
I'm sorry?
Is that a nasal swab, or is that like a prick?
Yes, and it's not as invasive as the other one. They don't have to stick it all the way in. It's I don't know if they can also do the mouth, but it's quicker and easier, and it's not as reliable as the PCR, but it does give positive results fairly quickly.
Mm-hmm. So since you said
that's why they recommend it for use in things like congregate settings and of course clinics. So we're working on that, rolling that out.
So by how much do you think we would increase our testing capacity? Let's say if we ran, for example, 900 tests yesterday, according to the JIC.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. You should talk to Anne Marie at the lab.
Okay, yeah.
You should get her on.
What's her number?
I'll give it to you.
Well,
she's
Doc,
busy too. I mean, they're always busy here.
I know.
They need more space and more bodies.
Well, we like it when you're busy. Doc, so I guess closing a message.
Just keep doing what you're doing. Keep social distancing, keep wearing the masks, keep sanitizing, keep your, family safe. And it's not over yet. We're trying to contain it and put a lid on it. The public needs to help. It's the same old message.
Thanks,
you, Doc. Ann.
Be safe.
Adios.
Okay. Hey, there's virtual empanada there in the Zoom room if you want to grab some for the staff. It's just hot, air fried. Okay, hang on. We have options. We got air fried and then we got fried. So whichever one you want, Doc. Hey, it's 7:45. Quick break, and we're coming back with our favorite COVID cruncher, Dr. Peter Lombard. All right.
And you know what?
Yeah. What's up, Jay?
And he's got slides.
Ah, he's got slides.
Woo!
Yes. Take that, Dr. Cabrera.
PowerPoint game strong.
Yeah, it is. The PowerPoint is strong with this one. So 7:45, we're back with more of The Link on the Breeze. Next, it's Friday Business.
Of the day. The KUAM Care Force is calling upon our island community to come together for Giving Tuesday on December 1st for a safe way to help take care of our island family.
On Tuesday, December 1st, stop through our parking lot in Harmon for a donation drive-through.
We're helping the Salvation Army's holiday campaign. You can drop off your non-perishable food items and gifts for kids and teens to our curbside attendants so we can help ensure your safety.
We'll have holiday entertainment while you wait, refreshments, and other goodies for donors.
And the link will be live on location.
So you can be part of the show.
It's all happening between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Let's get together and show the world that Guam can still come together for good on Giving Tuesday.
We value relationships because when we commit,
I love you guys until you're 80, until you're 90, until you're 100, forever.
we are in it for the long run. So you can enjoy the moments that matter. Because when we commit to relationships, we never stop caring. Calvo's Select Care, health care that is always there for you. Federal employees and annuitants enroll today.
Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dedido, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dedido. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
Hafaday, I'm Robert Underwood. There's a runoff election in order to choose who will represent you in the U.S. Congress, the incumbent or myself. It may be the most crucial decision in the lives of our families for the next decade. As we meet the challenges of the pandemic, we need relief for our families and an economic recovery package for small businesses and workers. We must ensure health care for all and give our young people the educational tools to succeed. I have personal relationships with leadership in the House, the Senate, and the new Biden administration. I promise to use those for your benefit and to never let you down. You will never hear about investigations during my service. This is the time for all of us to make a serious choice on behalf of our island. I can meet the challenges and the opportunities in Washington, D.C. next year. I humbly ask for your vote. Si Diyos maasi, maraming salamat po. I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
The Christmas Pops virtual holiday shopping fair is coming on Sunday, November 29th. It's the third annual Christmas Pops event with local artisans, crafters, and businesses in a reimagined and safe way for you to shop. As many small businesses struggle to survive, the call to buy local is greater than ever. To learn more and participate in this one-of-a-kind multimedia marketplace event on the stations and digital platforms of KUAM Communications, bringing together the island's biggest array of local vendors, email bettyann@kuam.com or visit kuam.com. Presented to you by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. IT&E, Burger King, the Thrive Coalition, Carrier, Calvo Select Care. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. And Calvo Enterprises. Good morning. Also, Burger King. 7:52, November 13th, Friday. Into the KUAM News Zoom room we go, where Dr. Peter Lombard is standing by, and he's got a presentation. So, Doc, we'll just go ahead and give you the floor. I know you got a bunch of slides to run through. So, again, ladies and gentlemen, Link listeners, Link fam, he's our crunching COVID stats expert. Been with us since way back when the show was called Containing COVID. Dr. Peter Lombard. Doc, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me again. It's been an interesting couple of weeks. Lots of things have happened. We've had an election, and we're seeing a big change in what's going on in the rest of the world for coronavirus. So we got CAR scores now. So lots to dive into. Feel free to just chime in whenever, ask me questions. I've got about 9 slides to get through here.
Right.
First one, just to start off, we got, obviously you can see where Guam was about a month ago. We were in the top 5 in the U.S. for daily number of new cases per day. We kind of dropped down into the middle of the pack as our cases started to plateau over the last couple of weeks. But with the recent clusters, you can see we've shot back up to the top, I would say top 10. And that's mainly because you can see, look at all the other states. They're starting to really increase. It's a really dangerous situation out there for particularly for the Midwest. Our 75 on average cases per day per capita is also qualifies us to be still in the top 10 in the world if you consider Guam to be a country compared to other countries as such. The death rate per capita, we're averaging about 1 death per 100,000 people, and that's actually qualifies us to be number 5 in the world and number 3 in the U.S. And that's because of our case volume and the number of deaths that we have. It doesn't seem like a lot, but when you take that per capita or you normalize it to the population, that's where we stand. And while that, it is bad for sure. I think that what we're seeing is we're just kind of, the rest of the world is going to follow us very shortly. The next month or two are going to look pretty grim for both the EU and U.S. states. Here you can see this just kind of validates what we're seeing in the U.S. in terms of cases. The hospitalizations are starting to rise. So I heard this morning up to, I think 30 states now have record numbers of hospitalizations, the highest numbers they've ever seen. We've been maxed out at our hospitalization for a while. Now other states are starting to see that as well. And when you consider, it's a lot more rural now where there's less resources to share. And I think that this is going to really affect morbidity amongst other folks that are being admitted to the hospitals as well. So Guam sort of falls at this. Right now we're at about 45 to 50 hospitalizations per 100,000. So we're sort of at this dark red mark here, but we've been there for a while. And as the weeks go on, you're going to see more and more states come up into that category as well. Based on deaths following hospitalizations, I think we're going to see in the U.S. over 2,000 deaths per day within the next couple months. And the vaccine just isn't going to roll out in time. So unless the states really make some big changes, they're going to, eventually they're going to start following the curves that we've been seeing here in Guam. Now, when you look at the age breakdown, I've shown this before, and this breakdown only gets to us through the 9th, but that was the first day that the cluster was reported. The biggest part of the cluster was reported from construction. And I've always been focusing down here on the yellow because that's the 60 to 69, and below that is the 70s and 80-year-olds. And that number, thankfully, even with the first reports of clusters, is staying low. You can see the biggest proportion of that cluster has been in the 40 to 49 age range. The numbers from the previous week over twice as many in that age range, and in the ones that bracket it in the 40s and 60s, those went up about 1.7 times. So we worry mostly about increasing deaths and hospitalizations, mostly from the older age ranges, of course. So that bodes well for what we might see from this cluster, at least over the next 2 weeks, for hospitalizations and deaths. However, where this might still bite us is if these clusters then affect people in the community, and we see that transition from a younger age range into an older age range, within the next 2 weeks. So I've been trying to track our hospital census, and it seems to be we've been about 20 to 25% of cases, sometimes more, sometimes less, end up being hospitalized, and of those, about 20 to 30% end up in the ICU, and I think that's fairly consistent with what I've heard some of the other guests that you've had on say as well. So, and that has been fairly stable. Initially, I know Dr. Uggen was concerned, especially in August. It seemed like we were admitting a lot more than we had previously. It seems to have tapered off a little bit, and it's been a fairly steady percentage of admissions of the number of positive cases that we've had. So I'm watching this pretty closely. This is a nice way for us to sort of see how bad things are, and to put into context what these clusters are going to do for us. We talked about the delay between the peak in positive cases and then the peak in hospitalizations, and that sort of second wave in August that started, there was about a 2 to 3 week delay. We had a peak in cases again towards the end of October, and a peak in hospitalizations a couple weeks after that. Again, you can start to see here from the clusters, our average daily cases is going up again. That will probably peak within the next couple of days, and it remains to be seen if we're going to see a significant bump in hospitalizations there. I suspect it's actually not going to be that bad. But a lot depends on how quickly the construction companies were able to successfully give good instructions to their folks and their positive people, how quickly we were able to contact trace and test all the contacts of those positive cases. Now, what's interesting, you can see, to jump into the CAR score here, first of all, I do want to applaud Dr. Cabrera for all the time and effort. Obviously, I think the need or the effort or the desire to put out a single score, which is a little bit more understandable, is I think a laudable one. To have a single metric that's on an easy scale, it's not in fractions or decimals, it's not in the thousands, it's kind of like a very nice tight range of numbers that you can point to. Small fluctuations on a daily basis in the number of cases we have, it's not going to significantly affect the CAR score. And I think that was one of the biggest fears the governor had. It says, hey, so we have 5 cases in a day, and that's going to let people let their guard down. And as you can see, and he pointed this out too, the CAR score very closely follows the 7-day average of daily new cases, the 7-day average of test positivity, and this effective retransmission value. Now, and you can kind of see that even if you go back to my graph with the 7-day cases, it really nicely follows that. So, on one hand, you could say, well, it's a little redundant. Then why don't we just follow, the 7-day average of daily new cases? And I think that's one thing you could certainly look at. You could say, hey, what if we just said our goal is 40 daily new cases on a 7-day average, and I think that would actually work out pretty well. Or you could say test positivity less than 7%, or effective RT less than 1. I think all of those 3 individual values would be useful. And I think for a lot of people, especially maybe the ones, you guys and people that follow the show, one number probably isn't even going to be enough for them. Just because the CAR score is 20 on a given day, I think you're going to want more information anyway. So but some people, I think it will be nice. And as people get used to hearing the CAR score and understanding, what the goal number is, getting down to that 5 to 10 range is useful. I think it will be beneficial for us to incorporate that. Unfortunately, it is something unique to Guam. I don't know if other folks are looking at doing something similar in other places, but it's going to be hard to sort of generalize this to other locations unless Dr. Cabrera or someone on his team also does some calculations for other states and whatnot.
A comparative, maybe.
Again, I think
Doc,
use it.
Sorry, Doc, I got to break in here real quick. We're KUAM FM in Agotnia, Guam. To our viewers on KUAM TV, Dr. Lombard's presentation will continue on the other side. We also have some great programming on the way with KUAM TV. But if you're into this presentation, and I think it's a good one, jump over to our Facebook live feed on our KUAM News Facebook. Or again, we're right here on The Breeze, KUAM FM, Agotnia, Guam, 93.9 FM. My name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Esta. Adios. And we're back. Doc, yeah, so that would be interesting because are you basically saying we're the only jurisdiction that's using a CAR score?
Yeah, Dr. Cabrera has made this all on his own. It's something that he's been refining since many months ago when he first introduced it, and I think through the iterations, it's gotten better and better. The times that I've had a chance to take a look at it and talk to him about it. So I'm saying it's useful. I don't. It's not the only piece of data. I think isolated by itself, it is still difficult to put into context what's happening. And, for example, when you see a cluster, just because the CAR score doesn't tell you exactly what's going to happen over the next couple of weeks. But as a single value that's going to be sort of immune to daily, fluctuations, large or small, it does give you sort of a picture of how risky things are if you were to walk out into the community today. So I think, use it if you want to. Continue to use the other metrics if those things give you comfort as well too. But again, it took a lot of effort and time that he put into that, and I think there's certainly value to it. I did a calculation for using some research that I've been following that tries to calculate the number of true infections that we have out there in the community, and a lot of it's based on the test positivity. So down here on the red bars, those are our actual case numbers that we're testing positive. But if you do a calculation here in the background in the shaded light red, that's what we might estimate to be somewhere around what our true number of infections are in the community. So we're missing a lot of them, obviously, because I think we know that a lot of them are asymptomatic, and some people that have symptoms are just getting through it on their own. And using that number, we can also sort of calculate what's the cumulative number of people that have been infected. And I think I've commented before that this number, because unfortunately we've had so many cases, the positive side of that is that our cumulative prevalence has been going up and up. And this, of course, is going to be quite big error bars here, but this is showing we're probably close to around 25%, a number that I think I've referenced before. And at this rate, if we don't slow down, if we just can plateau, it would take only about 3 more months before we even got to that 50% mark. And the 50% mark, I don't want to use the herd immunity word too lightly, but the 50% mark is where a lot of people are start to say the herd immunity effect will start to kick in. We know, though, that there is a relative immunity effect that even less than 50%, we're decreasing the number of people that are susceptible, and the ones that are out and about more frequently, more of those people have already had the infection. So it's going to be harder to sustain outbreaks. And then you get a huge cluster in a very susceptible pool, like the construction worker, the prison workers. That's more susceptible people that no longer are capable of obtaining and transmitting the virus. We've been looking at this for a long time now, and it's, I think, pretty remarkable to see we've actually been fairly consistent over the last 2 months in terms of how much we're out in our cars. And that's, no policy change has really made a difference there. And, I take some comfort in that, because if we just keep doing what we're doing, I think we're going to continue to see our numbers plateau. With the only caveat is we'll have to see if the cluster affects our hospitalizations and our elderly over the next couple weeks.
Hey, Dr. Lombard, this is Jason. I want to know, can you go back to your previous slide? I just had a question about one thing, because one thing that I find interesting is, you showed that, yeah, thank you. What is the reason for because it seems like the oscillation in that chart is very consistent. Is that for weekdays and weekends, how it peaks and then goes down and peaks and then goes down? It seems like that's very well defined.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and take a look at what day that peaks. And there's certainly a lot more traffic on what looks like one day out of the week. So I'm really not sure, Jason. But there probably is some correlation with the weekdays. And
yeah, because I know, like, just working in the news business, I'm just thinking, I know there are different signposts that we've covered, like the 31 airmen that we had that went around, and then now we've got the prison outbreak, and then we've got the construction outbreaks and everything. So I'm looking in terms of those, but I also think it's really interesting how the data would behave that way, why it would be so consistent up and down and up and down and up and down.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'll try to look into that. Maybe I can report back at the next time.
All right, no worries.
I've been tracking the predicted number of deaths based on the fatality rates for the different age groups, and the good news here is we're starting to see a few less deaths in actuality than what the cases predict, and I hope that trend continues. We're still on target for maybe close to 150 COVID deaths by the end of the year. But the light blue line is the regression of what the estimation shows, and the only way this could be linear is if our cases stay at the same level, and I do pretty firmly believe our numbers are going to start to plateau and go down despite this little bump of the cluster. I do think we're going to go down, and when the numbers go down, if cases go down, then both of these curves, both on the estimated and actual, of course, are going to start to trail off. If we can get anywhere down in the 100 to 120 range of deaths by the end of the year, I think that would be nice. So we'll have to watch closely and see what happens to the distribution of ages. I did see yesterday's numbers. I think we had 2 people in their 80s and like 4 or 5 people in their 70s. So that wasn't a good bump yesterday. Really great news that I heard from Dr. Babutsky about the antigen test. That is, we need more rapid tests like that. The only downside of those tests is that they're less sensitive, but if we only use it on people with symptoms, then we're going to be picking up the people that are going to be most likely to spread to other people. I was looking at a European country, I think Slovakia. They did something like 2 million antigen tests over the course of a weekend. This is like half their population. And if you look at their case curve, they significantly turn things around by doing that 2 successive weekends in a row. Massive testing, it works. You find people, and once you identify them as positive, you isolate them, and that's a really effective way to get things under control. It's we're not in a situation. No, I don't know if you saw in North Dakota, they just told their nurses that even if they're COVID positive, as long as if their symptoms are controlled, they're asking them to go to work because they don't have enough manpower, and same kind of problems that we've been seeing here. But I think we need to brace for a lot more trouble in the U.S. And if you got family out there, tell them just to stay safe and say, look to the future. This is the race to the vaccine, to getting that vaccine out. But we've got to hold on for 2 to 3 more months, and just keep doing what we're doing, and things will start to turn around. And that is my last slide. So is that pretty straightforward?
Yeah, Doc, pretty straightforward. So what do you think, mathematically possible for us to get rewarded with Christmas if we do the things we need to do between now and December?
Well, I don't know if you should necessarily put it like that, Christmas or no Christmas. And of course we're going to have Christmas, and we'll celebrate it as well as we can with our families, even if that just means it's with smaller groups of people than normal.
You know what I mean,
Doc?
Yeah.
Certainly value there. What was that?
It's kind of indicative with our market that, like, when we go through these waves and these phases and everything like that, because of because of the way our healthcare system responds, and the limited number of resources that we have, that our phases tend to be like a little bit longer than other like comparable markets in the States. Because I know you said the behavior was kind of
I think
similar.
every location is unique. What was that?
No, I said you said the behavior is kind of like to some degree we parallel like what some other markets in the States are going on, but I was like, is the fact that we're out here and we're like small community. You said there are benefits to that, but also because we've got a rather brittle public hospital, and like it's becoming overwhelmed. Yeah. Is when we go through these phases, are they a little bit longer relative to like what? Because we saw what Italy went through, we saw what New York City went through, and everything like that. And it seems like ours are like a little bit more prolonged.
Yeah, I think it's really tough to make clear comparisons between different locations. There's so many circumstances that will make one location unique compared to others. We were looking very much like Hawaii continues to look over the summertime, and partly because I think we had some things going in our favor. We talked about our isolation, our border control. We talked about people maybe being a little bit more compliant because we were more concerned about our families. But then everything blew up, and I think it was because of our Achilles heel of our insufficient testing and contact tracing, and insufficient manpower to be able to do all those things. We maybe need hundreds of contact tracers to do it effectively, like we see in other Asian countries. Now, whether that's possible or not for Guam, that's for other people to decide, I guess, and put resources towards. But that's always been our Achilles heel, and it blew up. And I think Hawaii's been extraordinarily lucky, and they're of all the states right now, them and I think Vermont or New Hampshire, like they're the driest timber, and with all these cases in the U.S., there's going to be people traveling to Hawaii for sure over the winter, and they're at significant risk of having a massive outbreak over there. So watch them very closely. If they can continue to do a good job with border control and stomp out their clusters quickly, I think there's a chance that they're going to be able to keep their numbers where they are until the vaccine comes out, and they'll be looking like the true winners of the pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
So it is what it is for us. We know, I think we always knew. Even I remember Dr. Akimoto from one of the first days was saying, he felt like that was our weak link, and I think that it was very prescient because it turned out to be. We were just hoping that we'd be able to get through and staying at the same level, but it just didn't turn out that way for us, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought from that one chart that you had, Doc, with the one that was expressed everything like in the lower 48, and but Alaska was kind of like at least to me was like surprisingly high in terms of like, what was it, the number of deaths per 100,000, or the number of positive rates. Like I would just naively think that because of where Alaska is and just the sheer landmass relative to population, and everything like that, that would make it like a little bit smaller. And I was actually surprised, like you just said, that Hawaii is doing so well now, because we just talked to them, when we did interviews, and they said, really, really dicey here, and that was maybe like 3-4 weeks ago.
Yeah, well, I guess when it comes to, I'm saying they're doing well in terms of their cumulative prevalence. I mean, like I said, we're close to 25%. Hawaii is probably at like less than 5% right now. I mean, when you take of all their population, how many people have been infected to this point? I mean, and when you look at their daily numbers, I mean, they they've had some days in the hundreds for sure. I think even recently. But that's for a population that's many times the population of Guam, and compared to other U.S. states, they're still doing much better, and they're not yet seeing the type of exponential rise that other states are seeing. So, but we got to watch them closely. They do look like they're trending upwards a little bit over the last couple of weeks. So we'll have to watch them pretty closely.
Yeah. Well, you had me at linear regression, Doc.
It doesn't get out much. Doc, anything in closing here? Very concerning numbers. Obviously, I remember back when we tried to get you on and you'd be like, oh, we had 2 cases in the week. So what's the point, right? During that lull where we had 0, 0, 1, 1, the daily test reporting. How concerned are you with these numbers that just continue to come, the hospitalizations, the deaths, the positives, the clusters?
Yeah, I think if we get through this cluster and, watching the charts closely over the next week or two, if we get through this cluster without a significant rise in our hospitalizations in the next 2 weeks, and I'm going to feel really good about where we are, to be quite honest. And I think our numbers are going to continue to decrease slowly when it comes to our daily average of new cases, our CAR score. All of these things should continue to go down as long as people keep doing what they're doing. And according to our mobility graphs, we've been fairly consistent in what we've been doing. So, and I honestly think a large part of why I'm a little bit more optimistic is because our prevalence is at 25%. We have less numbers of susceptible people out there. So I'm a little bit more upbeat. It's unfortunate that what it took to get here is close to 100 deaths. But it is where we are right now, and I think that I don't see a huge risk of our curve all of a sudden shooting up again in an exponential fashion. I just don't see that happening if people keep doing what they're doing.
All right, Dr. Peter Lombard. I think one of the takeaways here was you are saying we could see 150 deaths by the end of the year, right?
Yeah, I think that's what we've been tracking at if the numbers stay the same. If our daily cases remains in that 80 to 100 range, that is fairly realistic for the number of deaths. So, if we want to bend that curve down and decrease that number of COVID deaths that we see by the end of the year, we need to do a better job of what we're doing. And that, to some degree, yes, we all have a personal responsibility, but there's many other things that play a role here, including how many tests we can do, how we can contact trace, which is, equally, if not more important, and potentially could have a bigger impact on the number of cases and deaths that we see throughout the remainder of the year. And if we're lucky enough to start being able to vaccinate sometime in December, that's going to help us as well.
Thank you, Doc.
Welcome.
Be
Thanks for
safe.
having
It's
me.
Friday. Grab some virtual empanada. Live it up a little, man.
Are there virtual calories in that too?
No, yeah, it's all virtual, man. Low to no calories. There's air fried. There's an air fried option. Thanks, Doc.
Thanks.
Okay. I don't even know to stay home, wash your hands, or just be safe. I'll go with that. 8:18. We'll take a short break. We're back with more of The Link on the Breeze next. Good morning, Guam.
Today, the KUAM Care Force is calling upon our island community to come together for Giving Tuesday on December 1st for a safe way to help take care of our island family.
On Tuesday, December 1st, stop through our parking lot in Harmon for our donation drive-through.
We're helping the Salvation Army's holiday campaign. You can drop off your non-perishable food items and gifts for kids and teens to our curbside attendants so we can help ensure your safety.
We'll have holiday entertainment while you wait, refreshments, and other goodies for donors.
And the Link will be live on location.
So you can be part of the show.
It's all happening between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Let's get together and show the world that Guam can still come together for good on Giving Tuesday.
We value relationships because when we commit,
I love you guys until you're 80, until you're 90, until you're 100, forever.
we are in it for the long run. So you can enjoy the moments that matter. Because when we commit to relationships, we never stop caring. Calvo's Select Care, health care that is always there for you. Federal employees and annuitants enroll today.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Uproar Race to 21 Challenge. 2020 is one year we can't wait to put in the rearview mirror. So lace up, get ready, set, and run to 21 with the Guam Rona Challenge. Join the virtual challenge starting now through December 31st. Go at your own pace and select from 100, 2, or the 300-mile challenge. To register, visit runtochallenge.com. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Trench Challenge, and Kill Cliff. This is an Uproar event. Proceeds benefit the Special Olympics Guam.
8:21 on Friday the 13th.
Sure is.
There is. Hey, I want to welcome Cabo Select Care to our family of sponsors here. Federal employees and annuitants, it's the 2020 Federal Benefits Open Season. Enroll now until December 14th, 2020. Or you can call 477-9808 for more information right here on the link, where we're also proudly sponsored by Dial Rent to Own, the Thrive Coalition, Carrier at 647-COOL, Calvo Enterprises, Burger King, and the people of Guam. Good morning. It's 8:22. Let's get into the KUAM News Zoom room. Education Superintendent John Fernandez standing by. Good morning, John.
Good morning. It didn't quite register that it was Friday the 13th until you said it, but here we are.
I didn't even notice till I checked the date on the computer. I was like, wait a second. Oh man, Friday the 13th. So, John, I feel kind of stupid asking about face-to-face learning. That's kind of what popped into my. Oh, where are we at with face-to-face learning? Oh, a stupid question. We're nowhere. But no, I know that the work continues, right, with the planning and all that stuff. So, I guess we'll just start there.
This is one of those messaging, challenges that we're having. When we announced that we weren't going to, when we announced that we were looking at January, the intent was to let everybody know that we weren't going to be opening on the same schedule that Dodea was, a couple weeks ago. But of course, we got the other side of the spectrum saying, "What? You guys are opening in January? You guys should be closed all year." So, we've been trying to let everybody know that January has just been a target, so that we can prepare, we can plan. But at the same time, we're going to have to get into a situation where our public health, is much better than where it is today. And just based on our numbers, looking just at yesterday, we are at the highest, level in terms of new cases and our positivity rate than we've been since March. So this is really, I don't know that if we're peaking yet, but it certainly isn't going in the right direction. So what I've been saying is that even though we're planning for January, we're going to have to make a decision by mid-December. I believe December 15th is our Guam Education Board meeting, and we're targeting that date for a final decision. And to think about what the public health situation will be in 4 weeks, it definitely doesn't look good. It doesn't look like we're going to be in a position, unless things miraculously change, to be able to say to our students and our teachers that it's safe to get back to face-to-face learning. So again, there's no final decision. I'm just observing the fact that we're paying attention every single day to the numbers, and this past week was not a good week for Guam. So for those paying attention and trying to get a sense of whether January is going to be the opening date, it's good for planning purposes, but at this point, it's really going to take a gargantuan effort by the island to get this pandemic situation under control, or face-to-face will not be possible.
John, I noticed that the numbers of positives with GDOE employees, it just kind of continues to go up. What is the latest count on GDOE employees?
I don't have the specific count. I think we're up to close to 100 by now, and because I think we talked a couple of weeks ago when we were just over 80, and so that number's gone up. And again, the thing about it is, it's simply reflecting the fact that we're seeing it all over the community. Yeah. What we found in this last round of cases at DOE, normally what we do is we start the contact tracing, and then we disinfect areas of campus where these employees might have been. But our principals are saying, well, here's an employee, they reported that they tested positive, but they haven't been on campus, since mid-October or early October. They've been, doing online or teleworking or whatever it is. So it is a community issue, not necessarily a reflection on how we're operating at schools, because we haven't really been able to fully operate. So I think the point you're making, though, is absolutely the right point, which is until the situation in the community is under control, people are going to continue to test positive. And if we open up schools, they're going to bring it right to the, to the school setting. And it's going to take a great effort to make sure that we contain, the spread and hopefully not have it impact our classrooms and our school buildings.
Mm-hmm. Are you guys going to require any sort of, in this plan for the return of face-to-face? Are you guys going to implement any sort of testing requirements or anything like that?
Well, we've asked the Lieutenant Governor and the public health team and the physicians to give us a recommendation as to how that might work, because we certainly don't have we don't want to go down a path where we're saying we're going to test everybody before they come back and then that's it, because we know that that's not really going to solve the issue. You test negative today, 5 days later you test positive, unless we're testing on a regular basis, that's not really going to help us. So we did ask for them to look at some of the jurisdictions. We heard that New York City, their school system, they're doing random testing, and they're doing it for a large enough population where they can make some determinations about whether COVID-19 is in their school system. But that's something that we really want the public health experts to give us a sense of whether we're able to do something like that and whether that's recommended as a safety protocol. It isn't recommended at the CDC level, but we do know that some jurisdictions are trying that out and they have the tests and the resources to do so.
Just so I'm kind of clear, when we talk about the return of face-to-face possibly in January, is this also with parents having the option of, if they're not comfortable, to continue with the other methods of learning?
Yes, absolutely. So a couple of things. We do plan to continue the same approach that we had when we were going into August and the first day of the regular school year, which was to provide options for the parents so that we could accommodate those who did want to go back to face-to-face, as long as we could not guarantee, but provide some assurances that we have the safety protocols and supplies and equipment in place. We wanted to accommodate those students. And at that point, we had about 40% of our school population registering for face-to-face. And then we had about 60% saying we're going to stay home, do online or hard copy. We've floated the idea of eventually eliminating the hard copy option. But I think for now, that's nothing immediate. I think we're going to have to solve the technology problems and access first. And then we can talk about whether a hard copy makes sense after we're able to push as many as we can online. So my expectation is that in January, if we are able and are able to open, that we will still continue to offer parents the 3 options of learning. And we're definitely going to do our best to update their preferences, because obviously those who might have signed up for face-to-face in August or in July, when things were much, much safer, might change their mind when they see the numbers, leading into December. The other thing we're doing, and I think you saw our release yesterday, is that we are having next, as part of the planning, and it's always been a big part of how DOE's tried to tackle issues, is we want the input from our stakeholders to factor into our decision making. So next week, we've scheduled 5 days of virtual parent meetings. And we put the word out on Facebook, on our Facebook site, as well as to the schools and to the island-wide parent-teacher organizations to basically hold 4 regional parent meetings from Monday through Thursday at 5:30 p.m. And on Friday for families of students with disabilities or in need of related services. So that'll start at 5:30 each evening next week. For those who want to participate and have questions and they want to be in the Zoom meeting, that information has been released, but it's also on our Facebook page. And for those who just want to monitor, we will be streaming live on Facebook as well. Who just want to watch, or they want to watch it later, it'll be recorded and posted on Facebook for those who don't have time to be there at 5:30. We know that not all of our parents are connected to the internet, don't have computers, may not be using Facebook or Zoom. So we do plan for 2 more comprehensive surveys later in November and in December, more from both the electronic and hard copy, so that we can reach maybe parents who may not have had the opportunity to weigh in. And then we want to use that input to help give us a sense of the impact of the decisions that are going to be made.
And really, for any parent that's listening, I highly encourage you to participate. I know that at my son's school, I participate. They have monthly stakeholder meetings, and you really do have the attention of the administrators, and to voice your opinion on how you think things are going. So that's good to hear. And please go to their Facebook page for more information. We'll also post it on ours as well, so how to virtually participate.
But I just want to reemphasize though, and this is not just for parents and students, because we do want them to have a choice. So we want to offer, different options for them. But of course, our teachers are the ones who are going to have to also bear the load of, if kids want to come face to face, we're going to have teachers back too. So we do, we've heard some comments about, well, the school system, they're just going to open. Are they ignoring, the fact that our numbers are going up? And I wanted to just reassure everybody that even though we're planning for January, we definitely are keeping an eye on the public health issues and the risk of going back. And we're posting those on our website. On our Facebook site, the weekly updates of where we are in terms of our risk for returning. And I want our stakeholders to know that if it is deemed not to be safe, then we are definitely not going to, have face-to-face happen in that type of a situation. We're just doing this for planning purposes because we all, we can't just flip the light on in one day. We've got to all be ready to go when the time comes. And this is the time for us to prepare, to plan, make sure we're not missing anything, listen to new ideas and suggestions, because this thing has been going on for several months and there's been a lot of developments, a lot of different guidance, and so forth. And then ultimately, we're paying attention to the news about a potential vaccine, something that'll come soon and hopefully, relieve us of this pandemic situation. Because the overall goal at the end of the day is we want to get back to our schools and our classrooms. We want to see our kids. We want them to be back with their teachers, with their classmates. That's the ultimate goal, but we just can't do it right now when there's a risk of putting people's health and their lives at risk, and we take that very seriously.
Since you mentioned teachers, I wanted to ask you about how they're doing, because they really have had to step up to the plate during all of this. It's not just a, log in at 8 and you're done at 2 type of situation. It's like all day, probably sometimes all night, because you're hearing from parents who have all these questions when they get off work, about their assignments. So how are they doing?
In the very best of situations, our teachers are approaching this as an opportunity to try new things, to try using technology to reach their kids and to really just maintain a connection with the families during this challenging pandemic. So we know we have a lot of teachers who are just out there, saying, our job is important. It's important that we connect with our kids. We care about them. We want to know that they're doing okay. And we've seen that really kind of pay off when you see the examples of what's going on, in different virtual classrooms in different schools. And I think overall, when we conducted a survey, I'm not sure if it's complete complete yet, but we ran a survey to update us on how parents have felt about their online, learning experiences. And those who've responded have indicated that there have been a lot of improvements since we first started. So we are heading in the right direction as more teachers become proficient in what they're doing. But of course, the downside of it is there is a continued high level of anxiety around how to continue to operate in this environment. Some of our teachers are at home, working to try to maintain a teaching environment from home, which is hard enough, trying to create a classroom and maintain good connection and all those things that are related to that. There are some who come to the school facility to do their classes, but of course there's always some anxiety about getting out there and getting to going to school, even though we say just go to your classroom and go home. And then there's a lot of anxiety related to just the fact that we're doing things so differently this year, so a lot of them worry about, how, because we require them during the regular school year to take attendance, to ensure that their students are learning, paying attention, are there. And just doing it online or through hard copy has really created a whole set of different challenges that we always tell our teachers, don't worry. This is, we do want you to put your best effort in and try new things, but we all recognize this is a different year. We're not going to hold you to the same standard that we did last year in terms of, when we did your evaluation and we evaluated you teaching in your classroom. We know that online is a completely different, thing for you. And we're going to take that into consideration as we try to work to improve, our distance learning. So, but again, that doesn't help everybody kind of overcome those anxieties. People want to do a good job, and the pressure's there. And now you're teaching to kids, and you're teaching to parents. Having parents listen in on the classes, that's a whole different level of pressure, right? For our teachers. So again, we're just all getting through it together. We try to encourage our teachers and let them know that we need them to do their best. And we're just asking them to help us through this pandemic situation, and not to be afraid to try new things, try technology, try to improve what we're doing, given that this is a very unique year.
Have you, Dodea, they've returned to face-to-face. Have you had any conversations with them to see how things are going on their end?
Not yet, but I do plan to. I mean, not yet because I think they're in their maybe their third week now of class, and really those first 2-3 weeks are the critical. Those are the critical weeks in this particular situation, right? Number one is getting all the safety and protocols in place. I know I just heard anecdotally about some of the experiences trying to make sure that not only the students and teachers are operating correctly, but the parents, right? The parents cooperating, wearing masks, not hanging out with the kids. So I wanted to let them go ahead and get them settled into their first weeks of school, and then I'll reach out and see what they've learned. We know they shared a copy of their operating protocols, which we are reviewing and comparing to our protocols to see what we can learn. And then hopefully after they've had about 3 to 4 weeks, we can see what we can glean from their experiences in those first weeks. But they have a totally different mission, Sabrina. I think about 90% of their parents said we got to go back face to face, primarily because it's hard to go and fulfill your job duties and responsibilities as a military member when you got to be at home too, right? So there's another mission in place that makes it a challenge with Dodea. So we understand, their reasoning and their attempts, and they have the resources, we know, to keep their schools, equipped. So hopefully their first month will go very smoothly, and then when we contact them and sit down and see what we can learn, we'll be able to improve our preparation.
Awesome. Where are you with chipping away at that number? In terms of getting technology to some of the students that you hadn't been able to
right. Well, 3,500 is where we're at right now of laptops and applications and laptops going out to our secondary students. Even though we still are below where we hope to be with our middle and high school students, we hope that as we're trying to wrap up the internet access procurement papers today, hopefully, so we can put that out to bid, as part of our partnership with the governor, so we can provide internet access as well as the laptops. So for those who said, hey, what's the use of a laptop if I can't, if I don't have internet service? Hopefully we can help those students, get online and get move them off of the hard copy version. So what is interesting is that even though we're still pushing very hard for the secondary students, we do have a lot of elementary school parents and students who are saying, okay, we're ready for our laptops. And so we've had to tell them that, hold on tight. We're not going to take the secondary laptops and give them to you because we just really have to keep track of them. But we do have a set of new equipment coming in, I believe, within the next 3 to 4 weeks that will be distributed, hopefully in December. And that will be for our elementary school students. So we told our schools that they are free to go ahead and provide and receive back applications for laptops so that they can be ready to go when the equipment comes in. So for all of the elementary school, parents and students who are waiting and who have been interested, go ahead and contact your principals and see when they'll be providing those applications. But we did give the green light to go ahead and establish those applications. And then once the laptops come in, we'll hopefully be ready to go, for that group of students. So it definitely generated a lot of interest at the elementary level, now that they know that we really are pushing out the equipment and encouraging them to take part.
Did you, by any chance, participate or listen in on the meetings that were held by Algarito, the ISA meetings yesterday? Can you kind of?
Yes, I was there yesterday, and we met with the coaches, and we met also with our student athletes. That was a really good number of student athletes who were participating. So we just first of all, I just said, it's so good to see all of them online. I mean, it's just been a hard year not seeing our kids in class and not seeing them compete on the field or on the court. And so it was just good to see them listening in. There were definitely a lot of interest in what's happening. Now, we told them, we can't make any promises about a sports season without, again, lowering the numbers on the public health side. So we shared with them our dashboard and how we're tracking issues. But we also know that we need to continue to engage them. Many of our student athletes use sports as part of their motivation and part of their routine and their discipline in what they're doing at school. So it helps them with their academics. And I know, I have a daughter who's a student athlete, and what was really nice to see in those first few months was the routine, the fitness routine, keeping up the exercise, because she said, she was just hoping that at some point the sports season would come back. We would be able to approve a competition. Unfortunately, as time has gone by, we know that a lot of our kids are losing that motivation, are saying, hey, it's not going to happen. And I really wanted us to really engage our student athletes, give them opportunities to engage with their coaches, and also see what we can do to provide some other type of motivation, even if it's virtual. So we're working with some of our gyms around the island to even provide virtual training, even if it's one-on-one, and then hopefully as we gradually get into a safer position, prepare ourselves for some limited practices or conditioning and things like that. So we yesterday was a chance to say to them that we do want sports to happen. We can't guarantee it, but we want to be ready, when the time comes to say that we can compete. These athletes can't just jump on the field the next day. They have to maintain that level of fitness and conditioning, and when it comes down to it, probably tryouts and practice. So there's a lot leading up to that very first competition. So so when we make that decision to say that we're able to have sports back, we want them to be ready. So, but it was really good to see them kind of excited to just hear something about the sports season and know that we're thinking about them and thinking about ways to support them. So it was a good meeting.
All right. Yeah, I think I want to say I heard that at least 400 or so had registered to participate and join in on that meeting. And I think
there were about 400 yesterday afternoon.
And when Al was on last week, he was mentioning like how, you're right, the physical fitness, get back into the gym and different sorts of training programs that they're looking at. But he also talked about the type of sports that we could see if and when, the numbers are good, like starting off kind of slow with like track and field.
We did a little poll of the students yesterday, and I think the top sport that everybody kind of wanted to prioritize was volleyball. And then I think when you get down to the football or wrestling or basketball with the contact sports, those are the things I think people said, hey, that might not be safe. But, can we do sports, tennis, volleyball? Volleyball was the number one sport that the kids were interested in seeing happen. So, we're going to do our best. And we're just glad that they tuned in and are keeping motivated. And we want them to stay engaged. And we want to support them in that effort. So we told our coaches, we might not be able to bring them into the gyms or the courts, but give them something to do, connect with them, let them connect with their teammates, because it sure is hard to stay motivated when you're when you're home by yourself and you don't have that opportunity to even interact with your potential team. So it was good. It was really nice to see everybody, all the kids online.
Hey, John, it's Jason here. On the sports angle, is it possible that maybe best case scenario that should GDOE allow kids to go back to face-to-face learning, and it is deemed safe in some capacity to resume interscholastic sports, right? Could and say like we do this in the spring, is it possible, or has it been brought up that you may consider between you and Al maybe consolidating and allowing 2 or more sports that don't normally have their seasons in the same quarter? You could say like, okay, well now we can have cross country and girls softball and baseball for boys just because of scheduling weirdness.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that's they mocked up a set of seasons, the 3 seasons, and of course the lower risk sports, they tried to group them together as the first season, and then beyond that, the higher risk sports obviously later, hoping that things might get better over time. So I think that was of course the kids were reacting to that. Some of them, we got a lot of multi-sport athletes who are saying, well, are you sure you want to put those 2 sports together in the same season?
And now you got to pick which one.
Not going to please everyone, but we just wanted to let them know that it's got to be safety first. Let's see what we can do. We also had some great ideas of people saying, well, we can't play regular football. Can we do flag football? Can we do something virtual competitions of some sort? So we just welcome their ideas, and we hope we can try to come up with a plan A, a plan B for whatever comes up in the next few months.
All right. Well, thank you, John, for your time. I guess any final message to parents and students before we let you go?
No, it's just that message that I gave earlier, which is, again, safety first. As far as our reopening, we're going to make the first thing that we need to happen is that the public health situation, our community health situation, has to improve before we ever get to a point where we're going to let our teachers and students come back to class. And so we really urge everybody to just kind of make sure that we're doing our part to get those numbers lower. Unfortunately, this week we've seen the highest numbers ever in our pandemic experience. So I don't know if we've peaked this week or we're going to continue to climb, but that's not the right direction to go. We got to go. We got to lower these numbers, and I hope that we can all do that together. And definitely, I share that goal. Please, if we can do this by Christmas, it'd be great. We're all missing our families and not having that same level of interaction that we're used to. So hopefully everybody will pull together and we can get these numbers down.
All right. Thanks a lot, John.
Thanks,
Stay
John.
safe.
Okay,
Appreciate it,
thank you,
John.
guys.
Right
Have a
on.
great day.
Okay, 8:49 on Friday the 13th.
I was waiting for you to do that. What is
You
your
did that
favorite?
pretty good, actually.
What is your
I'm
favorite? Okay, and of course everybody.
Bree got scared.
And of course everybody forgets that it was not Jason Voorhees in part 1. It was the mom.
Right, yeah. Which one was it where at the end of the credits they were like popped out that head at the end?
That was part 2. And then of course part 3 was the one that was in 3D when that was.
Jay, shh. You had to be there. I don't know. Drop something in the comments so you even know where that's from.
No, and you know what? In
How was that? What kind of generation were we that was scary?
That was the.
That was scary, yeah.
was graphic. I mean, by today's horror movie standards, that was tame. But that was Kevin Bacon's first movie.
Okay.
Remember, he was the guy like the stereotypical scene. It's like two camp counselors doing something they probably shouldn't. And then, they get... Oh, okay, I just wanted to say, I didn't want to ask this because I don't know if you guys have covered it before, but did John say anything, or has he said about, will there be career opportunities maybe for substitute teachers, or are they going to recall a lot of, even for people that maybe they're not, fully certified teachers, but with people possibly going back into the class, are they going to say, we need a lot of subs now?
Yeah, I didn't ask him that.
Yeah, you can ask him next time.
All right, next week.
Okay, it's 8:50. Again, we'll take a break, and we're back with more of The Link on the Breeze right here at 93.9. Good morning, Guam.
Top of the day. The KUAM Care Force is calling upon our island community to come together for Giving Tuesday on December 1st for a safe way to help take care of our island family.
On Tuesday, December 1st, stop through our parking lot in Harmon for a donation drive-through.
We're helping the Salvation Army's holiday campaign. You can drop off your non-perishable food items and gifts for kids and teens to our curbside attendants so we can help ensure your safety.
We'll have holiday entertainment while you wait, refreshments, and other goodies for donors.
And the link will be live on location.
So you can be part of the show.
It's all happening between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Let's get together and show the world that Guam can still come together for good on Giving Tuesday.
We value relationships because when we commit,
I love you guys until you're 80, until you're 90, until you're 100, forever.
we are in it for the long run. So you can enjoy the moments that matter. Because when we commit to relationships, we never stop caring. Calvo's Select Care, health care that is always there for you. Federal employees and annuitants enroll today.
Uproar Race to 21 Challenge. 2020 is 1 year we can't wait to put in the rearview mirror. So lace up, get ready, set, and run to 21 with the Guam Rona Challenge. Join the virtual challenge starting now through December 31st. Go at your own pace and select from 100, 2, or the 300-mile challenge. To register, visit runtochallenge.com. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Trench Challenge, and Kill Cliff. This is an Uproar event. Proceeds benefit the Special Olympics Guam. Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dedido, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dedido. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze. The Christmas Pops virtual holiday shopping fair is coming on Sunday, November 29th. It's the third annual Christmas Pops event with local artisans, crafters, and businesses in a reimagined and safe way for you to shop. As many small businesses struggle to survive, the call to buy local is greater than ever. To learn more and participate in this one-of-a-kind multimedia marketplace event on the stations and digital platforms of KUAM Communications, bringing together the island's biggest array of local vendors, email bettyann@kuam.com or visit kuam.com. Presented to you by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
fever all through the night.
You gotta be careful though. Is it love or COVID?
Yeah, how's it?
He gave me fever, but I should get a swab real quick just to make sure. Let's read Meyer. Featuring Mariah Lovequist and Fever. Reed, of course, son of R.A. Meyer, who was used to cover him in Guam Major League, a very crafty pitcher.
Oh, he had an arm. R.A. Meyer was the librarian when I was at Sanchez,
Right,
and every day he would get on the PA system and he'd be like, "Oh, good morning, Sharks. Today's word of the day is consanguinical. Consanguinical means to be related." And just that voice and the way he carried himself. I mean, really, really good guy.
All right. Good morning.
I'm sorry if you guys didn't do that at GW, okay?
Oh, we did. I never even... What, consanguinical?
Yeah.
That means you're my prim.
Oh, wait, you were you were that guy who was smoking underneath the staircase, right?
That's 8:58. Let's go into the KUAM News.
That word.
Zoom room. Where Father Paul Gulfigan of Our Lady of Lotus is sitting by here. Good morning, Paulie.
Good morning. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina. Good morning, Jason.
How you doing this morning, Father?
Good. I'm in quarantine right now. I guess you've heard what happened. But yeah.
Something happened?
Yeah, something happened. What happened? Was it something with the virus or COVID or something?
You get the memo?
Yeah, there's a couple memos. But go ahead from your perspective, right? So there were some exposures and positives that there was a few different churches, right, Bree?
Like 5 or something.
Some
Started
of
with
the
St.
priests
Anthony's.
from different churches were there, including myself.
Right,
And so just out of abundance of caution, we decided to quarantine ourselves and also to close down our respective churches until we have tested positive, except if the church particularly has an assistant pastor or associate pastor, then they can go ahead and just sanitize their churches and have, if that associate did not have any contact with anybody that was positive, especially at that first mass.
So are you feeling okay?
I'm fine. I was supposed to be tested today or this morning, but they recommended I wait until tomorrow.
Right.
So
have you been tested?
I'm hoping to get back into action tomorrow afternoon.
Have you been tested for COVID before, Polly?
Yeah, it's just literally a week ago.
Wow.
Because one of my parishioners called me and told me they tested positive, so I had to shut the church down, have a deep cleaning. I had to quarantine myself again, and then get tested. And last Friday I got tested and was negative. And then that's why I was able to go to the ordination and also to the first mass on Sunday, because I had to deliver the homily that Sunday. And then only to find out again that I had to go back into quarantine. So
how many?
It's okay.
How many people attended the ordination? Was there
quite a few? I mean, considering the social distancing and all that, I would say it was pretty full.
Right, because that's kind of what prompted
up to 25% capacity.
Right. Yeah.
It wasn't full, but considering social distancing.
Right,
it was pretty good.
And that's what kind of prompted all the closures and all the precautions that were taken as a result.
Well,
right?
Taking into consideration the CDC statement on exposure, if you were within 6 feet of the infected individual, and if you were within 6 feet and more than 15 minutes or more, then we were exposed. So this particular clergyman, we were definitely within close contact with him. So, and that's why a lot of the priests that were sitting on, in the sanctuary, had to quarantine immediately.
Are you guys having masses? Did it reopen on Thursday?
We reopened, we got word on, I believe, Tuesday. So I closed the church Tuesday or Wednesday. And then Wednesday they came in to clean. And then I left it alone on Thursday. No, then we reopened Thursday morning. Yes.
Okay.
Because Father Danny wasn't at the ordination. He wasn't at the first mass. He wasn't exposed. So he's the one that has to celebrate the mass now until I can get back, into the church. I feel bad for those who don't have any associates that really have to close their churches, and they have to wait until they are clear to go to celebrate mass in their church, because we don't recommend them getting priests from the outside to cover, only because we don't want to, especially if someone has tested positive within the parish, we don't want to have a priest from another village, other parish come in to cover, and for another parishioner to come and say, I'm positive too. And so that covering priest has to go into quarantine himself. Not only that, but he goes back to his own parish, which means he has to close his parish also. So we're not recommending, in fact, we're telling priests who are by themselves with no associates to close down until they have cleaned the church, cleansed it, sanitized it, until they have quarantined themselves and are good to go with a negative testing result.
Which churches are those, Polly, where the Polly doesn't have an associate?
Well, Our Lady of Guadalupe, or the Immaculate Heart of Mary, St. Anthony, that's where the mass occurred. There was another one.
Our Lady of Purification.
What's that?
The Our Lady of Purification? Maina? I'm just looking at the list.
Our Lady of Assumption. Yeah, Lady of Purification in Maina. The Assumption, because there was a funeral mass that was celebrated there, so that they have to close. The Our Lady of Lourdes, because I was at the mass, and St. Anthony's, Immaculate Heart of Mary, and Guadalupe. So these churches had to close down.
What's your capacity up there at Jigo, Polly, with the 25%?
We don't even reach 25%, because I would say maybe 100 or less.
Right. So,
considering social distancing.
Right. Yeah.
We don't really reach 25%.
In your opinion, is that because you think people are still very cautious, or worry about going to mass with the high numbers and everything that's going on with the virus?
Yes, I think people are really staying home, going to mass on live stream, which is still allowable in these days. Or some of them prefer also just to stay in their cars. So we do offer parking lot masses, indoor masses, and live streaming for some of the churches.
Actually,
and when church goes down, we advise the pastors to announce to their faithful that to go to another parish that is not closed, or to go to live stream, wherever is available. But just for their own safety also, they cannot be allowed into the church until the pastor, especially if that's a Lone Ranger pastor, and has sanitized the church and he is already good to go.
Unfortunately, I haven't been able to go to a mass since they reopened, but I did go to a funeral this week all the way down in Molesso, and with the 25%, that's a small church that filled up pretty fast, and so we're outside.
The small churches, yeah. I think those are the ones that need to be careful, because they do fill up pretty quickly,
right.
And the pastors need to be careful to make sure that the social distancing is still followed.
Right.
Because sometimes they have the tendency not to social distance, and they really need to be very, very extra cautious.
Yes.
And allow the ushers to close the church if it's full. If it reaches capacity, have a sign out there.
They actually did, Polly. They had a little sign out that said "Church is full, please." And then you had some of my uncles were under the roof thing, and then the rest of us were out in the sun. But then they have a speaker out there where you can hear the mass and the singing, and it was definitely a sign of the times. Polly, so we brought you on here because Our Lady of Camelin, December 8th, we normally have a big, huge procession where everybody is just close together, stepping on the back of each other's shoes, right? I mean,
For obvious reasons, we canceled the December 8th procession in Hagåtña. We have not canceled the celebrations. The parishes will still offer masses because it is a holy day of obligation. We will still offer masses in the church, in the parking lots, or live streaming. On the day of the procession, instead of a procession, Monsignor James and Father Romy have planned for Our Lady Santa Maria Covenant statue to be processed around the island in the same way almost that we did in May, when we processed around the island on that day. So Our Lady will be doing the processing, and people can stay home and or at least go to the major thoroughfare,
right,
where she will be passed by.
Man, that was some. And I know it's not the way we would normally do it, but snatching this holiday and this remembrance and this honoring of our patroness saint from the clutches of COVID, it's so crucial. And I remember back in May, the feeling that people had when she went around the island. People were excited about it. They were passionate about it. They came out. They threw flowers. So we're kind of anticipating the same type of response, but maybe even more so since this is actually the day where we do honor.
Well, we just ask people when they're outside, please make sure they still exercise social distancing unless they're in the same household. We also ask that people don't motorcade because they could, block traffic or, probably cause accidents. But when we say don't do this, they're going to do it anyway.
Yeah, and yep. Especially when you say don't, that's when they want to do. So maybe you should tell them, yeah, come on, Mila, let's go. Paulie, so is you guys gonna come out with like a schedule of what villages and all that stuff?
Monsignor James and Father Romy will be coming out with the itinerary for that day. They're still working on it, but they will be coming up with the schedule. Definitely at least a week before it happens.
Right.
So they're prepared.
Right. It's not a motorcade. Tony Diaz commenting on here. Yeah, we got to be careful not to. People are kindly asked not to follow the vehicle. Yeah. Right. Yeah. That's what we just said, Tony. But Paulie, let me ask you this, right? So when when the churches were closed, God, that's a dark time. I hate to go back to it, but when the churches are closed, the messaging from the government was very firm in saying that it's because the churches and masses are spreader events, right? So what's your reaction to those people who may say now that, oh, this is exactly what we said was going to happen? Spreader events in churches.
On the part of the church, at least on part of the archdiocese, we have come up with very strict protocols, and most especially a protocol when someone tests positive. I mean, we act very swiftly. We don't take anything for granted. We close churches down. And I hope, with what recently happened, I'm praying that, the clergy will not test positive, only to prove to the government that we can still be safe and we can still, keep our churches open. We've only been really reiterating to our pastors to please make sure that you follow every protocol, because this is to keep people safe, to save lives, and also to keep our churches open. We're not denying that someone is not going to test positive and go to church. That's going to happen.
Yeah.
As already been seen. What we are saying is we are prepared. When that happens, we have protocols in place to make sure that we continue to keep everybody safe.
Agree, Paulie. I mean, there's going to be, people are going to catch COVID no matter what.
Right.
Yeah.
And people are going to unknowingly go to mass, being positive. They're going to unknowingly do that.
Right.
And we are prepared for that to happen, as we have seen in, the past few weeks when people have tested positive within the parishes. We shut down right away. We have our own contact tracers for the archdiocese, only because we want to make sure that we are doing everything correctly and properly, so that everything that we have worked on and collaborated with Department of Public Health, we are doing to make sure that we keep our commitment, especially the Archbishop's commitment to continue to work with them, to continue to take their guidelines seriously, but also to make sure that our own worshiping is not compromised, and we still have the same reverence in worshiping God in our churches.
Right.
But we are not being very careless. In fact, we're being sometimes overly cautious.
Right.
In how we celebrate Mass, especially within the church.
Right. Polly, so when we do when Our Lady goes and goes around the island, what is the appropriate way to honor her and to pay tribute to her when she reaches your area?
Well, of course, be there, and you have a white handkerchief so you can wave. Our Lady is not going to, if you recall the last time, she went pretty quickly.
Right.
And that was done, for a short reason, in that we don't want social gathering around, the vehicle that Our Lady is on. We don't quite want people to go up there and start touching the glass, because then that increases the likelihood of spreading the virus. We want to, obey, and we want to, observe the right protocols and proper distancing, no gathering, but still be able to enjoy the day with Our Lady passing by to bless us all with her prayers and her blessings. So,
by any chance, Father Paul, do you know whatever happened to the statue over at St. Anthony? Was it ever repaired, or?
I just stopped from laughing. You have to remember that the statue, I grew up at St. Anthony, so that statue was there when I was growing up. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure it's probably, was there ever since the church opened. But you have to remember, some of these statues are not made of wood, and they're made of plaster. And so what was happening is, it was prepared properly, but when they were going through the bumpy roads, I think there was already an existing crack within the statue. It was already compromised by a crack, and every time they went over the bumpy roads, the crack just got bigger and bigger, and therefore broke. It was terrible that it happened, but I think they pieced it together somehow.
Okay. Yeah, but, I always wondered whatever happened to that statue, because I think they were talking about either trying to put it back together or buying a new one. I think. Yeah.
Well, the response was wonderful, and that people were offering, some monetary donations to get a new one, which is probably what's going to happen. But I don't think we should get rid of the old one. I think piece it back together, put it somewhere in glass, because that is really a part of the, of the parish. Yeah. It was there since it opened.
Right.
Yeah.
That was interesting. Crazy though.
Yeah. Don't laugh, Polly. Don't laugh.
No, I mean, if you watched it live and you're like, oh, this is so special, and then it was just like, boom. Wow. Yeah. Okay, sorry.
How, Brie?
No.
What's that?
Kalan boom.
Did you see it? You saw the video? That was,
I saw the video, yeah. It's
was it like Kalan boom, Polly?
It was painful to watch, but but these things happen.
They do.
Well, and remember.
Hold on, Polly. Jason Solis, ladies and gentlemen.
No, so remember how we talked to, I believe, the parishioner who had to be counseled, by the members of clergy, and they were like, don't, because he felt so terrible, obviously, and they were like, how do you respond to that?
Well, some people need to remember that the statues are statues. They're not God. They're they're not something that is so ultimately sacred. They're to remind us, of a saint. In this case, Saint Anthony, who we venerate. We don't adore Saint Anthony. We venerate him. We honor him for all for his preaching, for his wonderful works of bringing Christ to the world, but we have been, that was the image that we've used for a long time, even when I was growing up. So for the image that we have, been praying to, not necessarily the statue itself, but St. Anthony, the image of St. Anthony that we've been praying to just fall into pieces in front of our very eyes is very shocking. And the statue can always be replaced, and it can always be blessed again and venerated.
We're getting Polly Mike. Polly Mike's on our comments. St. Anthony will return to his place in the church. But
has been repaired and in good condition.
Right. How many Hail Marys do you say if you're the driver? Jay? And then Polly Mike also writes, St. Anthony has been repaired and in good condition. So there you go.
Amen.
Father Paul, closing message before we move on to our next guest.
What's that?
Closing message. Polly Mike, one more. He's on a little roll here. A reminder that in our brokenness, God is there to make whole.
All right.
Nice. Thank you, Father Mike.
There you go.
No, that's a good message.
It is.
And in honor of Santa Maria and Cumberland, we always need to remember that she has been protecting this island for many years, for many centuries.
Amen.
So will never ever leave us. She will be here always.
That's our missile defense shield.
We need to pray, and always, her constant reminder is she always points towards her son. So we need to continually have faith in her son, and he will be with us through this darkness. You don't have anything to worry about. We just need to be faithful. And that's what Our Lady always reminds us to be. Yeah.
Viva Santa Maria Cumberland!
Viva!
Viva! That's it. Take that, Friday the 13th. Thank you, Father Paul. And thank you, Father Mike, as well. Okay.
And have a nice weekend.
Polly, there's virtual empanada that I made in the Zoom room if you want to get some.
I have to watch my virtual keto diet.
Okay. We'll have a good virtual weekend. Thank you, Father Paul.
Thanks, Father Paul.
Okay, Esther. All right. Yeah, let's guys, we're gonna take a quick break, and here's what's coming up. We're gonna talk with the UOG social justice students to talk about a donation drive they're doing, and then we've got a sneak peek of the new episode of the One Micronesia podcast, and we're also gonna do curbside to crib with our partners at Stroll Courier. We've got a great breakfast from Pika's Cafe. Oh my God. It's going to be good. We're going to talk about it coming up here on The Link. It's The Breeze, 93.9. Good morning, Guam.
Top of the day. The KUN Care Force is calling upon our island community to come together for Giving Tuesday on December 1st for a safe way to help take care of our island family.
On Tuesday, December 1st, stop through our parking lot in Harmon for our donation drive-through.
We're helping the Salvation Army's holiday campaign. You can drop off your non-perishable food items and gifts for kids and teens to our curbside attendants so we can help ensure your safety.
We'll have holiday entertainment while you wait, refreshments, and other goodies for donors.
And The Link will be live on location.
So you can be part of the show.
It's all happening between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Let's get together and show the world that Guam can still come together for good on Giving Tuesday.
We value relationships because when we commit,
I love you guys until you're 80, until you're 90, until you're 100, forever.
we are in it for the long run. So you can enjoy the moments that matter. Because when we commit to relationships, we never stop caring. Calvo's Select Care, health care that is always there for you. Federal employees and annuitants enroll today.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze.
Uproar Race to 21 Challenge. 2020 is 1 year we can't wait to put in the rearview mirror. So lace up, get ready, set, and run to 21 with the Guam Rona Challenge. Join the virtual challenge starting now through December 31st. Go at your own pace and select from 100, 2, or the 300-mile challenge. To register, visit runtochallenge.com. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Trench Challenge, and Kill Cliff. This is an Uproar event. Proceeds benefit the Special Olympics Guam.
The Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Shopping Fair is coming on Sunday, November 29th. It's the third annual Christmas Pops event with local artisans, crafters, and businesses in a reimagined and safe way for you to shop. As many small businesses struggle to survive, the call to buy local is greater than ever. To learn more and participate in this one-of-a-kind multimedia marketplace event on the stations and digital platforms of KUAM Communications, bringing together the island's biggest array of local vendors, email bettyann@kuam.com or visit kuam.com. Presented to you by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
never leave you, will never hurt you. I can make you cry no more. No man can never love you the way I love you. You was all I want, you was all I want, girl. I can never leave you, can never hurt you. I can make you cry no more. No man can never love you the way I love you. You was all I want, you was all I want. You're like an angel in disguise. lies my eyes cannot seize. From staring at your body, you sway like palm trees. That palm breeze, you're fresher than fruit squeeze. Now I can't refrain from dipping your whipped cream. Every time the phone rings, I'm off the chain quick. I'm hoping it's you, babe. I'm feeling for you, babe. Them thick lips, sexy thighs, baby, got it going on. For you, I sing this song, come on. And I don't never wanna let you go. Never let you go. So I want you to know that I will never leave you, will never hurt you. I can make you cry no more. No man can never love you the way I love you. You was all I want, you was all I want, girl. I can never leave you, can never hurt you. I can make you cry no more. No man can never love you the way I love you. You was all I want, never let you go. More tears on your pillow. Never let you go. I'll always be there to hold you. Never let you go. Make my life so easy. Never let
9:29. Good morning. It's Friday. Friday. Whoa, bet this. This is the Link on the Breeze 93.9. Let's just go right in the KUAM News Zoom room where we have from UOG's social justice class. Terry Francisco, who you teach the class, right, Terry?
Yes, Chris, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, I'm the instructor.
I didn't know whether to call you professor or instructor or teacher. So,
Yeah, either or.
You're right. So Professor Terry here teaches a social justice class, and then she's joined by one of her students, Brianna Duenas, and we'll just get right into it because we have the graphic which will pop up here. You guys are doing a donation drive, right? So just tell us more about that.
Oh, okay. Again, my name is Terry Francisco. I'm the instructor for the social justice course with the University of Guam social work program. So these are our social work students, and they're coordinating a drive to benefit the Zero Down and Gil Baza subdivisions in Jigo, right? So my student Brianna is going to talk about some of the logistics for our drive.
Hi, Brianna.
Good morning, Sabrina and Chris.
Good morning.
Thank you for having us today.
Of course.
So as a class instructed by our teacher, Terry Francisco, we came up with a project to give back to the Zero Down and Gil Baza subdivisions. And we chose these subdivisions because these are subdivisions that have a big disparities within the community. And people who do live in these communities, they do go out into our, they're essentially frontline workers. And at the end of the day, they go home to multi-generational families. And so we are doing a donation drive for PPE, feminine hygiene, cleaning supplies, preventative measures for these individuals and families.
Right. So personal hygiene type of products. Oh. Well, and when is
so
the
like face shields,
other
sanitation. Yes.
And when is the drop off dates and times?
Yes. So drop-off location is Jigo's Mayor's Office, November 21st and 28th. Those are 2 Saturdays that you have the chance to donate, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m.
And can you tell us how does this kind of fit in the lines of social justice, Terry, and what you guys learn about in this class?
Well, we have to give you and Sabrina a shout out, right? Because we initially became aware of the issue and how these communities have been heavily impacted by COVID through the link.
Oh, thank you.
Right. I think it was Teresa Philippin from the FSM consulate who was, you hosted her on an interview. I think it was maybe in the beginning of October or mid-October, right? And so the students watched the link, and I as well, right? And they identified that this community historically has, they're very economically and socially disadvantaged and challenged, and it really is, it brought to light. She talked about, like Brianna talked about, some of the disparities that they've been facing, right? And that makes the community extra vulnerable to the disease, right? To the exposure, they're very high risk with the pandemic. Right. And so, that's a part of the training as social workers is to identify the community needs and to facilitate the accessibility to resources. Right. And so we had class that evening and the students talked about how, if they were sick, if they had been infected with COVID, what were the things that they would need. Right. And how, this community might not be able to, if they're out of employment, if they're sick, if they're home, they might not have the resources to just go out and get things to make them feel better if they're really sick, right? They also don't have access to healthcare, right? A lot of them, right, has newly migrating communities from the FSM, right? So they thought about that, they reflected about that, and they came out with this drive as their project, right? So I'm very proud of them for that having that insight and that awareness. But it started here on the lake, so
Thank you,
it's
Terry.
really nice how it's kind of come full circle.
Right, yeah.
And here I am with Brianna now discussing it, and we've also been coordinating with the FSM consulate for the drive as well as Manyetlu, right? So if the community would prefer to make a monetary donation, they can contact Brianna. And she'll give you her number in a little bit, and they can write checks out to Manyetlu, and we can facilitate distributing it to them or getting it to them.
That is so cool. I'm really happy, and this is really neat. You want to go?
No, I was going to ask. I know that you're accepting toiletries and personal hygiene projects and products and things like that. What about like vitamin C? As I know that's kind of. I'm sorry.
Yes, yeah. Emergency.
Yeah.
Airborne, water as well. Donations of bottled water, right? And the students talked about that too. If I'm sick, what do I need? Right. And if I can't go out and go to Payless and spend $50 if I'm sick, right, then how can we help this community to get what they need so that they can feel better, right? And Brianna is, absolutely right. They're essential workers, right? So they've never, during lockdown, they didn't really have that choice, right? They've been continuously exposed. Right. And so they're very vulnerable. And now we saw the rise in numbers, right? How impacted they've been.
Have any of your students actually seen or been to Gilbaza or the Zero Down area?
A few of them, right? So again, historically, this community has, been challenged, right? So, there have been other projects before COVID, right? That we've been able to kind of reach out to this community. So a couple of them have. Right now we've had to be really creative because UOG policy doesn't allow students to even enter the campus at this time, right? So they've been organizing this drive entirely from home.
Wow. So this the drop-off dates Saturday, November 21st and Saturday, November 28th at the Jigo Mayor's office. And so is the Jigo Mayor going to be doing the distribution?
Yes. So we'll probably end up splitting it, right? So he can distribute as well as we can do a drop-off to Manyetlu or the FSM consulate so they can distribute as well as they see necessary.
Terry, there's a comment here. Is the only drop-off in Jigo? Is there another place that people can drop stuff?
Unfortunately, yes, it's only going to be in Jigo, right? We did consider, making it at UOG, but again, the policies right now don't allow students on campus, right? So the students aren't able to help during the drop-offs physically, right? So that's why it's very limited, the drop-off location.
Well, thank you.
Right. So graciously, the Jigo Mayor has opened up his staff, right, during these times to accept the donations for us.
Thank you, Terry. Thank you, Brianna. And then, Terry, I guess, do you already see other issues, areas of concern where you and your students might want to help out? If you have anything on the horizon, let us know now or when it comes up, and we'll help you get the word out.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chris and Sabrina. We really appreciate you guys. You know, it's not just about keeping updated, right, on mandates in the community. It's also about, you know, you have people come on and testify about their experiences with COVID, right? And that really helps us, you know, as a community to still feel connected to each other, to still witness each other's struggles and to still want to try to support each other as best we can. So the link has really, you know, fulfilled that purpose for us. You know, even if we're not even able to see each other, you've allowed us, and we're very grateful to have you guys and this program in our community. So
Well,
thank you for your service as
Yeah.
well.
Terry, thank you so much for your kind words. We're just here to help, and you know, we only hope that we can one day live up to the example that you and your students are setting. Okay.
Thank you. Any other words, Brianna?
Yeah, if the community would like more information, they can contact me at 683-8000. And I think I want to share, I know a lot of people do listen to the link. So if companies are out there also listening, I truly encourage all of you to contribute and support our students because donations, big or small, will truly make an impact. And I think this is a great project that the students and our teacher put together. So
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna
Thanks,
we'll
Brianna.
shake the
Thanks,
tree a
Terry.
little bit on our end and see what we can come up with to help out. So Terry, Brianna, thank you guys. All right.
You as well.
Stay
You guys
safe.
Take care. Be
Right
safe.
on. Okay. There's virtual empanada. There we have air fried vegan.
Virtual empanado, no.
Yeah.
we didn't bring you anything.
No, it's all right.
Now
It's
we're
okay.
Mamala.
You're our guest. You're our guest. It's all right. Thank you, Terry. So grab some on the way out.
Thank you.
That's
Bye.
okay. 9:39, guys. We'll take a quick break and come back and start to close out the show here on the link again. It's The Breeze 93.9. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We value relationships because when we commit,
I love you guys until you're 80, until you're 90, until you're 100, forever.
we are in it for the long run. So you can enjoy the moments that matter. Because when we commit to relationships, we never stop caring. Calvo's Select Care, health care that is always there for you. Federal employees and annuitants enroll today.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze.
Uproar Race to 21 Challenge. 2020 is 1 year we can't wait to put in the rearview mirror. So lace up, get ready, set, and run to 21 with the Guam Rona Challenge. Join the virtual challenge starting now through December 31st. Go at your own pace and select from 100, 2, or the 300-mile challenge. To register, visit runtochallenge.com. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Trench Challenge, and Kill Cliff. This is an Uproar event. Proceeds benefit the Special Olympics Guam.
Of the day, the KUN Care Force is calling upon our island community to come together for Giving Tuesday on December 1st for a safe way to help take care of our island family.
On Tuesday, December 1st, stop through our parking lot in Harmon for our donation drive-through.
We're helping the Salvation Army's holiday campaign. You can drop off your non-perishable food items and gifts for kids and teens to our curbside attendants so we can help ensure your safety.
We'll have holiday entertainment while you wait, refreshments, and other goodies for donors.
And the link will be live on location.
So you can be part of the show.
It's all happening between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Let's get together and show the world that Guam can still come together for good on Giving Tuesday.
The Christmas Pops virtual holiday shopping fair is coming on Sunday, November 29th. It's the third annual Christmas Pops event with local artisans, crafters, and businesses in a reimagined and safe way for you to shop. As many small businesses struggle to survive, the call to buy local is greater than ever. To learn more and participate in this one-of-a-kind multimedia marketplace event on the stations and digital platforms of KUAM Communications, bringing together the island's biggest array of local vendors, email bettyann@kuam.com or visit kuam.com. Presented to you by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Hey, good morning, 9:45. You know, Fridays, our friends over the Thrive Coalition.
Open the door.
Open the door.
Sorry.
Okay. Jay, I think it sounds like you should open the door. Every Friday with the Thrive Coalition, we present a sneak peek of the new episode of the One Micronesia podcast with Victorious Falange. When does this drop on KUAM?
Already on YouTube if you guys want to watch and share and comment on it. It's going to be on KUAM TV 8 tonight, live at 6:30 on Channel 8 right after the news. So we do tell you everything that happened in the island today. Then we do some birthday shout-outs. And then Vic is actually going to talk to, once again, the fine folks over at Humanities Guahan. And then it will be live on Facebook, again, tomorrow at 10 a.m. for our friends in the States.
All right, and this episode of the One Micronesia podcast, our very own Victorious Falan breaks bread with Humanities Guahan. And so here again is a sneak peek of the new episode of the One Micronesia podcast. Right here on the link, The Breeze, 93.9. Good morning.
So I think with conversations like this, we kind of open people's minds on why these things are supposed to be followed, why these guidelines are supposed to be followed. So maybe I'm not hitting the spot with your conversation, but I think when you guys have a talk like this, it also opens other questions and answers. So I think it's a beautiful thing you guys got going on.
Thank you. I mean, because we are now experiencing this together, this pandemic, that's something that already makes us all in having common, right? And so then it begs us to ask, okay, what are we doing now that we're in this pandemic? What are you doing? What has worked for you? What has helped you? Maybe I could do that. And I feel like it also really reminds us of how the different things that we thought we had, you know, culturally or traditionally, that we have in common. So it's just, I feel like it reminds us again, because we're so pre-COVID, we're so busy and inundated with things that we had going on. And so this kind of slowing down also really forces us to reflect on things that we have and things that we share in common or forget that we have in common, and use these common grounds to build better relationship or strengthen that sense of community with one another and for one another. So most definitely, that's a topic in this conversation. That's a topic in my family literacy program that I do, asking kids what are they doing in these times, helping families also think of creative ways and attend our digital, their virtual programs to build and strengthen the family bond. So it's all centered around already what we value, which is being family oriented, right? And while we can't do it in person, this is one way to keep that social connection with one another, but then also through the power of the humanities, which is just what illuminate who we are and who we were and where we want to go with one another.
That's awesome. That's a beautiful. Elfrey, I want to get you on here and get your take on.
I'm being quiet because normally I talk way too much.
No, we need it. That's why it's a podcast. It's the beautiful thing about a podcast. Right. We can go on and on.
Asking what our goals are. One of them is the importance of bringing different people together, people who don't necessarily think alike, people from all sectors of our community, government leaders, regular people like us, and, taking off our different hats and just really having a valuable conversation about issues in our community. And you did raise a very good point about community, us getting together, how we are social beings, and most especially as Pacific Islanders, we are our village, we are our family, and our extended family is the place where everything happens. So it's been difficult, and using the civic reflection model and our community conversations, it kind of seems very not Pacific Island. Oh, let's take a piece of literature and read it, and take a poem and look at it and use it, but it really is a wonderful way for these different people, when they're together, to talk about things that are not necessarily easy to talk about, and to really reflect on a different level, So we've really found value. I mean, Kim just shared how many conversations did we have on our very first project. Just that many conversations shows that it's a model that works and it's valuable to our people and to our community.
I mean, yeah,
that's one.
I like that. Thank you. So we talked about some of the goals. So now looking into the first virtual convo was a success. Amazing. You guys got a lot of feedback. Before I move on to the next one, I wanted to know, were there some concerns that people brought up during the first conversation?
Something I always notice in these, at least since taking on this conversation project, people kind of come in and like, what are we getting ourselves into? What is this about? And that's understandable because of the way we're so used to just coming to a forum and listen to the experts talk about an issue and then going away and then just trying to think about it. So this is where we this is where it's the spaces for people to interpret the text that we use or the videos, but then also bring out some of the concerns or challenges that they may have in the context of the video or whatever literature that we use. So with this recent one that we had, we purposely used the video Sailing Funny Gods and Guahan, because it really does support this idea that we can come together and work together on a common goal. And that was Master Navigator Cesario Serralo's message his father's message, Papa Mau Piailuk. And so people can come in with their they could be hesitant because we're always so concerned about what we're going to say, and we feel that we might not be able to contribute. That's what I want to say is what was a concern. But after a while, that the ones who were shy in the first maybe 30 minutes were just like talking away because they felt very comfortable that this was not a place to, be supposed experts, but just as a person who really feels for this topic or this value that we're talking about, were able to, get those responses from them and also inspire other people to share. And so I can see how people becoming vulnerable, because the idea is to kind of lower down your defenses, lower down the things those barriers that we put up or is in place in our society. And these spaces that we facilitate really tries to encourage people to want to share things that are vulnerable to them or might make them look vulnerable. And then others are inspired by that act. And then they reciprocate. And then when we have that exchange and we continue to have that on a larger scale, imagine what it really can do as a society in like addressing the larger issues and all the other complicated ways that it affects different parts of the island or parts of the world even.
All right, that was one Micronesia. That was just a preview.
Just a little Chessa.
Yeah, so it airs tonight at 6:30 on KUAM TV8, and we'll also be streaming on our social media.
Shout out to my boy Victorious Falan here, who not only does he kick ass at KUAM, One Micronesia podcast and all the other stuff he does, but he's also fostering 8 puppies right now.
Wow. So would you say 8 is enough?
I think he would say.
To fill his life with love?
Hey, it's 9:54. I want to shout out our partners at Stroll Courier, as they proudly present every Friday. We do this segment, Curbside to Crib. And Stroll Courier, they do all kinds of great stuff. They deliver packages, documents, gifts. Thank you, Jay. They're Guam's newest delivery service, Stroll Courier. Then you need to send a care package to a family member on Guam. Maybe you need to send a document to a client. Maybe you need to send an apology letter to your chick. Or a gift to a loved one or a friend. Send or receive almost anything you desire with Stroll Courier. Island-wide delivery. Again, packages, documents, gifts. You can book a delivery today. We got the graphic up there. You can scan it on the scanner thingamabob. What's that called again?
QR code.
QR code. Yep. Thank you. And they do. Let's scroll up. Thanks. No, down. Thank you.
Oh, the other way. The other up.
Yeah, you can book it. You can track it.
You need this?
And they deliver. Oh, wow. It's on paper. Thanks. Their website is strollguam.com/courier. You can WhatsApp them at 682-9902. Or again, email courier. That's COURIER at strollguam.com. They're proud to present Curbside to Crib every Friday, where basically they deliver stuff with Stroll Courier, and then our restaurant partner provides some amazing chow, and it's lobster specials.
Ooh, yes.
Bree, go ahead.
All right, so this is the Mahungang Especiat, and we have the Lobster Benedict. It is 2 poached eggs atop succulent lobster chunks and sautéed spinach drizzled with our house-made hollandaise on an English muffin served with potato hash.
Joe's going to let it rain down hollandaise. You didn't know, but the forecast today called for showers of hollandaise.
Make it rain, DJ Joe, sir.
And this is just $15.
Yeah, it's lobster.
Oh, my
God. You did.
That's a thing of beauty right there.
Oi. Lana put dung.
Again, that's the Lobster Benedict.
Talon boom.
At Pika's Cafe. And now...
Can we go to the instant replays, please, and see that again?
Slow-mo. I want to see it in slow-mo.
Yeah.
And now we have the Dynamite Lobster Roll. It's lobster meat prepared in a torched melted butter sauce, stuffed into our house-made brioche
And say this next part real slow.
with wasabi.
Yes.
Slower, Bree. He wants to hear it
roll.
slower. You got to be like.
Wasabi.
Tell me I'm
Wasabi.
good. Tell me I've been bad.
Oh god, that's gross. Tobiko roe and garnished with green onions. Jason, please. With green onions.
No.
Wasabi, Tobiko roe, and garnished with green onions.
Wasabi
Served-
is where it's at.
This whole thing is where it's
Yeah,
at.
good
This
point, yes.
dynamite lobster
Very
roll.
Yep.
It's only $13 at Pika's, and it's with a chamorro vinegar slaw.
Right. That's the classic chamorro coleslaw you get at the Fiesta right here. It pairs really well with this lobster because that acidity is going to cut some of that fat. So after each bite, it's like a total reset.
Look at that bread.
Brioche ring.
Oh man, I mean
It's like bougie Texas toast. Thank you, Jen and Pika's Cafe.
Yes.
Really, we're not worthy, but we're going to try.
Right, and this is just that's their special that they have. But starting next week, they're
Right.
going to have their holiday menu. I think we have that. So they're going to have a turkey loaf, and it's cranberry brioche stuffing, sage, rosemary, thyme with rosemary lemon, soy cream gravy. And they've got the sides with charred carrot with honey, black butter, candy almonds, sage, and nigella.
The inside of my mask is like just all sorts of destroyed right now.
Arugula, pesto, quinoa, grape, local lemon, extra virgin, olive oil, garlic, breadcrumbs, and toasted almonds. And that's
Right.
the turkey loaf. And that's only
Yeah.
$15 also.
And then they also have the pasture bird here, which is a roasted sweet tea brine, pasture-raised chicken. Proudly made with pasture bird chickens, free range and organic, and they sing it lullabies before it goes to bed. Seasoned with rosemary, thyme, sage, mango, cranberry, brown rice, and rosemary, lemon, soy cream gravy. The sides they have here include charred carrot with honey, black butter, candy, almonds, sage, and nigella.
This is the kind of thing kids really get into too.
What do you mean?
No, it's because kids are like, oh man, like the vegetables and chicken. Can I just have like chicken nuggets? No, you go there and they're like, wow, this is amazing.
Okay, and so this is going to be available starting Wednesday, November 18th. That's next week.
Yep.
It's 15 plate minimum order, 72 hours notice required. It's free delivery. So you'll call 646-8100 or 977-0095 to
Yeah,
place
and
an order.
There's a reason wasabi has 3 syllables, you guys. So when you say it slow, you say wasabi, and you just let the syllables breathe.
Do you eat wasabi?
I do.
You do?
Really? I
do.
don't
Yeah.
believe that.
Okay.
No, when I like
When
I'll
you
eat
were
sushi or something
15.
like that, I'll put like a healthy dollop of wasabi.
A healthy dollop.
Yeah.
Right on.
Dollop.
So I don't know, Jen, Pika's, man, if you needed someone to try out this stuff for you since it's debuting next week on Wednesday, I don't know. We do have a segment called Curbside to Crib that does on Fridays. I'm just saying. It's 10 o'clock. We're KUAM-FM in Agotnya, Guam. Good job today, Bree. Some of the takeaways from the show this morning.
There was a lot from the Guam Department of Education. They're getting ready to start their stakeholder meetings.
Right.
We'll post the schedule online. We heard from the Department of Public Works how they are going to start their project over at the ITC intersection. It's a major project that they're going to be doing. Also how they're working with the Department of Corrections. We heard from Dr. Ann Pobutsky. They got 30,000, I want to say, antigen tests. They're going to have to make room and move over to their new location at the ITC building. Right? ITC building in Tamuning. And so that's a lot of tests. Yeah. And that's mainly for symptomatic patients, is what she said.
Right. I think it's quicker than the current rapid test, too.
Mm-hmm. And we heard from Father Paul Gofigan about the Santa Maria and Camelon and what they're going to be doing in December. We also heard on Facebook through our comments stream from Father Mike Chrysostimo that the St. Anthony statue has actually been repaired.
We can't get that up there, right? It's too late. Anyway, send us a picture of it. The thing looks brand new.
And then there's the social Justice donation drive. Headed by Terry Francisco, who's a professor over at the University of Guam, and her students. And so that's coming up, I want to say, next Saturday and the Saturday after. You can make any sort of donations such as toiletries, PPEs, personal hygiene products.
Vitamins even.
Yeah.
Just so you know, what when you get COVID, they recommend you take D3, zinc, vitamin C. Those are the main ones there. So if you guys want to donate any of that, it's next Saturday, 8 to 12.
And you can't take
the Chico Mayor's office.
You can't take too much vitamin C. Like if you have a bunch of oranges and then you take like maybe your emergency or you just take some vitamin C, you'll just pass it through naturally.
I take it every
We
single
love our
day.
vitamin C. We'd be snorting the emergency.
No, I remember the first time I saw Brie had like a big thing of like,
I was like, how do you shoot this up? I want to go direct.
Yeah, she had a big thing of like airborne, and I was like, oh, you're not feeling well? She goes, no, I just take this, regularly.
She takes it just because.
Yeah.
Right. It seems to be working.
I mix mine with my wasabi.
Very.
I like wasabi. Is that so wrong?
Clearly.
Thank you, Joe, sir. Jason, good job. Kengineer, our team in Master Control. And remember, we got your 6. We started the show with the tragic news. It was breaking news, actually, of a auto pedestrian fatality up Marine Drive, Micronesia Mall by the Macy's entrance. So, please be safe out here, guys. See if you're staying home. Just stay home. It's pretty simple.
Our car score is almost at 40. We need to strive for 5.
Yes, or even 2.5. 5 is here, right? But if you want to really just go for 2.5.
And the one thing that all of our guests and everybody that joined us for the last 4 hours on the show all had in common, and even like a lot of people in the comment stream, was it's no big secret what to do. All we got to do is do it.
And
Please
I know
take
we've
care of
been
each
kind
other.
of joking about it, about this car score thing, but I mean, it is what it is. This is what the government wants us to do, to get this, to strive for 5. So we got to do it.
There you go. It's 10:04, guys. The show, again, proudly sponsored by Dial Rento and Calvo Select Care, where they remind federal employees and annuitants it's the 2020 federal benefits open season. Enroll now until December 14, 2020. Call 477-9808 for more information. It's also proudly brought to you by IT&E, the Thrive Coalition, Burger King, Calvo Enterprises, and Carrier at 647-COOL. A little bit a while ago in the show, we talked about Serena and Paige and their version of Bunga Masangan, so we're going to leave you with that this morning. Good job today, Bree.
Good job, everybody.
My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Esta. Adios.
Bye.